Okay. I'd like to call the July 24th, 2025 Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent calendar to order. We have one item today, item C1855 Rockbridge Road. And our landscape architect could not make it today, so it's just me. I have reviewed the drawings and can you go down a little bit? I don't remember which page it is. Keep going. Okay, that's it. Back, the materials and stuff. When I looked at this, I didn't see any specific information about any of these materials. It was a general description of them,
Sure.
which is fine for preliminary. You're on for preliminary and final. I'd be happy to recommend preliminary today, but I think you need to finish up the drawings, the size, what are exactly of those materials?
Sure.
What exact paint color are you specifying?
Sure.
You know, the trellis has to be in high fire so that there are requirements about the trellis sizes.
I think I do have some specs earlier in the set on the wood for sure, because need to be fire rated. So we have the urban wildland interface and the
Okay,
fire
all of that, but
paperwork.
it should get on the drawings.
Okay.
Okay, and
Okay.
then back to us next week, you know you can go into the building department right now if you want. So I'm not trying to hold
Okay.
you up with time.
Okay.
Get into the building department.
Perfect.
That information will be demanded from
Right. Yeah,
them.
they're gonna want it.
Okay, but for instance, the siding of the garage, you have two materials. It looks like cement plaster and then some kind of a wood vertical.
I think if you go further up, I think this is the most updated one. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, no, sorry, that's down. I meant,
Yeah,
yeah, sorry. Keep going. Going. A little more. Oh, go back. So there will be the specs for the heavy timber. If you go up one more.
it should be called out on the,
Oh, you want it next to the picture?
yeah, and
Okay.
if you want to refer to that piece of paper,
Sure.
say C spec on.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, because we have schedules in the beginning, but they're just verbiage. They're not the
Yeah,
photo.
because I couldn't read it. And then, of course, I assume that that vertical siding has something to do with urban wildlife.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so what is that? Is that a hardy plank?
It is a hardy, and I think the specs, again, in the beginning, but I
Okay,
just
so
have to
if you
call
could
back
get
to
that
that.
clarified, I couldn't find it, paint colors. Um, so that was it, but I think, oh, and then you have retained the 5 foot concrete around the garage.
Yeah, yeah.
How come you haven't gone to gravel, please?
The client was a little worried that that area around the garage is going to be prone to getting wet. So we have started looking with civil into, plugging our down stems from our gutters, hardwiring. There's a like thing on the plan, piping that to a more permeable part of the lot, and we're still working with them on being able to put drains in the concrete around the garage just to make sure all the water is going, because there's so much permeable area on the lot. This is really a really small amount compared to the lot. So what they want to do is take it and put it somewhere. They don't obviously want to add non-permeable square footage without treating the water, but they're just really worried that as they're walking from the garage to the house, they're going to be walking through, wet gravel, and tracking it into the house.
I don't think there's any question between the house
Sure.
and the garage. Yes, that's very logical to have concrete there.
Okay.
But on the back side and on, as we're looking at here, the left side, you don't need concrete there.
Yeah, we can make it gravel. I think there is a small slope on the back end. It's going to
Good.
slope back down.
2% minimum per code.
Right, right. Yeah. But I think the grade sloped back, so they were worried that if they had gravel, it would start wearing away. Whereas if they engineered a slab with a little bit of a stem wall back there.
Please talk to them about it again.
Okay.
Okay, because wetter wets, drier dries. That's the large picture worldwide climate change. We saw the wetter wets a couple years ago.
Right.
And so how easily can we get stuff into the ground quickly?
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit of a, well, and I'll talk to the structural engineer, but the structural engineer was like a firm proponent of no moisture against the slab of the garage if possible. And I think that's part of, putting concrete there and being able to push, the water away from the edge of the stem wall of the garage.
Drop it a little bit
Okay,
and it should just go straight down.
sure. Okay. Okay.
Very good, thank you.
All right.
I'm going to recommend preliminary.
Okay.
All I can do at this point is to recommend.
Okay.
I'm going to recommend preliminary and then see you in 2 weeks and we'll get the final done.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you now. Okay, so shall we close it up?
Hello.
I'd like to call the July 24th, 2025 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board, please?
For those of us joining us remotely, if you have general public comment, raise your hand and I'll call on you. No requests.
Agenda status report. Everybody still coming?
No changes to today's agenda.
Minutes of the 10th. Anybody got comments, please? If you are out. Dave, you got anything? Okay, on page item number 6, comment number 2, study options to add more planted landscape areas and pockets, not just more landscape areas, because is that right? More planted? And then item number 8, comment number 2, it was not a neighborhood FAR study, but a neighborhood parking configuration study. This is that project on Dawlish where they wanted to have just one car and tandem parking and things like that. And if you remember, she did a study with that. And with those two, I have nothing more. Is there anybody else? So Tip, you are out on the vote. So I'd like to move for approval of the July 10th, 2025 minutes as amended. Is there a second, please?
Second that.
Any further discussion? Item number, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No. Members informational briefing. Anybody go anywhere, do anything? I went to LA last week by way of Malibu. And it was amazing.
Nothing left.
Well, no, that's not true. That's what was amazing. There were some houses that were just untouched and others that were next door that were completely destroyed. And there was no rhyme or reason. 25 miles an hour, there were cops everywhere enforcing that speed limit. If you get a chance to go down there, it was eye-opening. Okay? Staff update. You guys got anything?
Nothing from me.
Kimberly?
Just a question, was Kung recused from the vote on the minutes? I believe he was absent.
Can you speak up, Kimberly?
Was Kung recused on the minutes, vote of the minutes? I believe he was absent last week.
Tip abstained
Abstained, thank you.
or recused, whatever the proper thing is.
Thank you. Nothing for me.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Montecito consent agenda, there was one item. It was the single garage on a parcel, this project right here. I would like to recommend that we give it preliminary, but he did not have the materials or the details well drawn out. I asked him to finish that up. And also, he still had concrete around a 5-foot concrete strip on the left as we look at this drawing in the back, and I asked him to re-explore gravel. And with that, I would like to recommend preliminary approval with the comments about the gravel added in. Is there a second, please?
Second that.
There, any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Item number 1, 2025 Creekside Road. It's the first time we've heard this item. Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. Good to see you all. Again, Brian Banks here, agent for the property owners, Chris and Leslie Mathewson. We have Cass Seafeld here for architecture, Rob Renee for landscape architecture, and property owner Leslie Mathewson. I'll take you through, if we might want to go to site plan. Okay, that'll good. Survey will be good. So this property is a vacant lot in the Montecito Ranch subdivision. So that's the Coffin subdivision there on Lower Sheffield. Important for your consideration, and Kaz will get into the details here, is you can see on that map, we have two building envelope. So as the board probably recalls with this subdivision, this was kind of mid 90s subdivision, had an EIR, many different map conditions. Among the most important was the establishment of these recorded envelopes you see here. And along with that, conditions and environmental mitigation measures in terms of what's allowed, landscaping species. We do have the creek, PK Creek, their setbacks and so forth, which resulted in these building envelopes and those mitigation measures and conditions, of which I think we've done a good job of crafting the project around. Kaz will get into this. Was a very complex FEMA mapping site, but we've had some progress on that with last week's rescission by the board of the interim recovery map. Yippee, that's great. So in general, what we've tried to do here was meet all the map condition requirements and conditions and CC&R requirements. And to that end, we did the CC&Rs require us to have the project reviewed by the HOA's Architectural Review Committee, which we've done. And in the application materials there, you'll see a letter of preliminary approval from the HOA. So with that, I'll let Kaz take you on to architecture.
All right, thanks, Brian. Afternoon. I just kind of want to take a moment to underscore some of what Brian said about all these conditions from the subdivision, CC&Rs, HOA. John, I'm kind of glad you went to LA recently. Tragically, our clients Leslie and Chris lost their home in the Palisades fire. And so due to the insurance policy, they have a very strict, short timeline to rebuild this home. So because of this short timeline, we've done a lot of upfront kind of due diligence and research. We've initiated conversations with sanitation. We're coordinating closely with county flood. We've submitted a CDP. We're in close communication with our planner. So we're trying to kind of put our arms around all of the constraints for this lot, and kind of are excited to present not only the clients like architectural vision and what they want their future family home to be, but how we're complying with all of these constraints. So this is the survey. As Brian pointed out, we have 2 building envelopes. We used to have 3 flood maps that were dictating what was happening on the site. Board of Supervisors rescinded the recovery map from the Thomas fire. So this existing firm map is what's going to dictate our base flood elevation. So if you can go to the next page, is actually the recovery map. I included all the maps when we submitted because this was still in play. It's been rescinded. So the next page is the preliminary firm map from flood, and it is less stringent on this site, so it doesn't even comply. We're going to be dictated again by that existing firm map. Next page. This is the site plan. It's a little bit graphically, it's busy because we have a lot of easements, a lot of constraints, overlaid the landscape plan. But starting left to right on this screen, on the south what's called the south building envelope, you'll see a lot of rectangles there. That's a veggie garden, flower garden. So moving left to right, you go veggie garden. We have a motor court on that south envelope, a detached 2-car garage, a pool spa with surrounding hardscape. Then there's a 30-foot separation with a gas line, a buried gas line. Then we have our north building envelope that contains the single family residence, which is 1 story with an attached 2-car garage. I want to point out here on the site plan that we do have 3 curb cuts. I know that the board is typically not in favor of that. We have these 2 building envelopes that we need to access. So we have the south building envelope with the driveway. It's a ribbon driveway. I'll let Rob get into how we're downplaying that driveway relative to the north envelope. The north envelope has this horseshoe, kind of I'll call it a horseshoe design driveway. Due to the CC&Rs and the architectural guidelines, our garage door can't face Creekside Road. So we tuck the garage door to the north, which is where we have that little rectangle motor court. And then we want the front entry to face Creekside. And so that's the horseshoe driveway. We also, per the CCNRs, need to accommodate 6 off-street parking spaces. So nor the property owners nor their guests can park on Creekside. No one can park on Creekside. So we need to accommodate all the guest parking. And if, David, if you wouldn't mind showing the Google Earth view of this property, I'd appreciate it. Just to give a little context, this 2.5 acre parcel has quite a bit of street frontage on it. And so if we look on the east side of Creekside Road, essentially our street frontage matches 2 parcels on the other side. They both have this horseshoe driveway. And so there's 4 curb cuts opposite of us, essentially. And then further on Deerfield Court in Montecito Valley Ranch is a smaller parcel with 3 curb cuts. So I just kind of wanted to identify, I know the board isn't keen on multiple curb cuts, but there's a precedent within this subdivision and neighborhood. And I think a lot of it's being driven by the CCNRs and the location of the garage. Those are the 2 parcels directly across. And if you zoomed in a little bit, you can see the multiple curb cuts with those horseshoe driveways.
And just to reiterate, that's because the CCNRs don't allow any sort of parking on Creekside Road itself.
And then, David, if you wouldn't mind going back to the architectural plans and go to the next page. Or the site sections, drew some site sections through here. You can see the dash line is the height limit. Both the 25 and 28 were in the coastal zone. A lot of our roofs are over 4 and 12, so we have the 28-foot height limit. These site sections, though, the most important thing about these site sections here is we drew these to reflect the recovery map of the Thomas Fire, which is with a much higher elevation at over 100-foot elevation for finished floor. We're going to be able to lower that elevation now that that map's been rescinded by approximately 4 feet. So if you can just take a moment to kind of envision these site sections, these buildings lowered 4 feet, that's what we're going to have in the future. And I'll show you those elevations as part of this package. Next page, please. Floor plan, we won't get into that. I know you guys, not really the purview. So next page, roof plan for the home and the detached garage, simple gable forms. Going to do a simulated shake roof made to look like a wood shake roof. And then the low slope roofs, shed roofs, standing seam on those just because of the slope is 2 and 12. Next page, please. This is the detached 2-car garage, pool, the roof plan and plan. Next page, please, sorry. Architectural inspiration, you can see the gable forms. We're looking at doing some stone veneer, that wood shake roof, board and bat, clad doors and windows. And then David, if you wouldn't mind going to page 16. So when I originally submitted these plans a couple of weeks ago, the recovery map was still in place. So we're going to only look at the elevations, which are going to be adopted now that the Thomas Fire recovery map's been rescinded. So these elevations depict the 97 finished floor. So we've lowered them 4 feet. Top elevation faces Creekside with the entry, south elevation there facing the south envelope. Building materials that we're proposing are the images at the top of the page. Again, the wood shake, standing seam, stone veneer, a wood siding, some plaster in some areas, and clad door and window. Next page, please. Again, the elevation facing PK Creek or Romero Creek, and then the north elevation on the bottom there with the garage kind of tucked in there. Then if you could jump to page 14, David, please. This is the elevations of the detached 2-car garage on the south building envelope. And then the next page is some renderings for everyone's benefit that kind of show the site. I mean, the intention here, and Rob can get into this, is to blend the site together so you don't understand that there's 2 building envelopes. And if you could zoom in a little bit, David, on the top 2 images, I kind of want to just show that because those 2 renderings show that entry and that horseshoe driveway, and we're wanting the guests to understand where they're arriving to and kind of announce that entry. And then if you can skip, David, to page 19. is our civil. We have a preliminary grading and drainage plan. I think the important thing to note about the conditions of the subdivision is we cannot grade outside of the 2 building envelopes that were established, with one exception. And that exception is between the building envelope and Creekside Road, because you need to access these building envelopes. They can't be islands. So we're doing some grading for those driveways, and then the grading is limited to within the footprint of those envelopes. This plan here was at the Thomas Fire recovery finish floor elevation. So we were over 1,400 cubic yards of total grading. I've already worked with Coast Engineering since that map was rescinded, and we're going to be able to reduce our grading by over 50%. So the total grading is going to be in the neighborhood of 750 cubic yards, with a little over 200 yards of cut and 500 yards of fill for both envelopes. And then I think with that, the next page is our landscape, so I'll turn it over to Rob.
Thank you, Kaz. I think the first place to start is the general character of this site, right? Page
Can you
north.
speak up, bring them bring it
Apologies.
closer to you. Thank you.
There we go. Is that better? Thank you. So page north, paralleling Romero Creek, there's really an incredible natural resource buffer there of beautiful mature sycamores and native sycamores and coast live oaks that populate that whole stretch. There also is a public access trail that runs along there across Romero Creek and then runs through Montecito Ranch. And there is quite a bit of permeability from this lot all the way over to Sheffield Road. And also, there's quite a bit of permeability because it's an open, empty lot, essentially for lack of maybe a tree or two, the whole site is denuded. There's nothing there. So what our plan here is to essentially take that beautiful riparian corridor that's running along Page North and kind of blend that softly into the site, use those additional native trees and shrubs as screening where needed from Sheffield Road, from the neighbors across the creek, but maintain essentially an open and native buffer between the creek and the development envelopes. We are required to keep all of that plant material 100% native, so that'll be something we'll continue to develop. But generally speaking, a very, very light touch for the Page North portion of the parcel. Along Creekside, as Kaz mentioned, it's a long, straight, narrow driveway there. And really what our main goal here is to pull away from this notion of aligned driveway along Creekside. There's a general agreement upon the design team and clients that they want this whole entry moment for everybody who's coming into the development to experience some enjoyable landscape moments there and not wall this off. So you can see kind of an organic green line that snakes along parallel to Creekside. And the intention for that is to be an open ranch style three rail fence with informal planting in front and behind, peppered with some trees. So the idea is to still have some permeability from the road, have a little breathing space from the road as well, and give a little bit of return the development to this notion of kind of an open and airy lot for the community, and also for the owners of the space. Kaz mentioned the general program, right? We've got a sizable vegetable and flower garden, the motor court, the pool space, a native lawn meadow area that connects the two development envelopes, and a series of hardscape elements surrounding the home. We do have, if you want to flip to the next page, please, David. Yeah, we have developed a preliminary plant palette here. I see that none of my landscape architecture colleagues are here, but they'd probably be interested in this. We have applied for CWSA, and we're in accordance with the calculations and requirements of water calcs there. And I think that's noted on the next page as well. Yeah, so we're looking good in that case. And I think that's the last page in the landscape set.
And just to clarify, so we have received our CWSA approval from the Water District, and we've also received our preliminary approval on our fire access plan, which included, again, some of those CCNRs and map conditions included, requirements for defensible space and mosaic patterns and all of those things. So those have been addressed by the fire district.
And we are here for conceptual, so I know Rob has a landscape lighting plan and I have an architectural lighting plan just of the exterior, if that's of interest, but it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Questions, Dave, please.
I'm assuming you're fine with the FAR, but have you calculated?
60% FAR.
Okay, and what's creating the necessity for the 500 cubic yards of fill?
Well, that current firm map, so we're still under a base flood elevation plus 2 feet,
Okay,
and it is a sloping site. So we have to meet that. So we have to take the northernmost, kind of that most restrictive flood elevation and comply with that. So as we come out, we're creating some fill.
thanks.
Deb, questions, please.
No questions.
Bill, questions, please.
Are you removing any trees? There's not much on there anyway in the beginning.
There's literally no trees in any area of development.
And the west garage that you have there, is that kind of a multi-purpose use? Because it looks like it's maybe used as a pool house potentially or something.
It was kind of, it became an addition later on because when we started looking at the space that we had in the right envelope, the residence envelope, and just the limitations of the envelope and how the garage had to be oriented. It's a pretty small 2-car garage there, and so we have this whole other envelope. So we decided the first iteration included the pool in the little open patio area, and when Rob's team got involved, that was just, it was too tight. And so we said, why are we avoiding this whole other envelope that the clients bought? And so we kind of rejiggered and thought, well, we'll put the pool over there. And then the garage serves as extra storage and parking space and plus pool equipment, pool storage, that sort of thing. So that just kind of was the kind of
And the reason-
agrarian structure that kind of followed along with that.
Yeah, and the reason for that question really is that maybe a diminished use is not being a daily in and out with your car potentially. And it looked like maybe you did a little ribbon strip or something for the cars to drive on instead of a full-blown driveway.
That's correct, Bill. We understand the aversion to multiple driveways and lots of grading for access and that sort of thing, but we're in this weird situation where we actually have 2 building envelopes. And the other way that we looked at it is that it would be of the deeper area for the FEMA guidelines. And so as you guys know, garages don't need to meet the finished floor requirements. So that allowed us to keep that garage at grade with the pool. We'll do flood vents and that sort of thing, and not have to elevate it.
Got it.
Along those lines, I'd like to add this ribbon driveway leading to the motor court off of the secondary garage. The intention there is to have everybody drive by that. So narrow ribbon drive, probably some sort of cobble paving infilled with gravel on either side that would bleed out into the larger landscape. You can see we do have a modest open ranch style fence that will be set back, I don't know, call it 30 feet or so from the road. That will likely remain closed the majority of the time. So thought is that it'll feel like more of like a pathway through garden space as opposed to a driveway.
And the parking area would be gravel then or something? Is that what you're thinking?
To be determined still.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Robert, questions, please.
Has this been run by and if so approved by the community?
We've met with the HOA twice. First, as just an introductory meeting to introduce the team, and the second time to present these plans. And we have a letter in the file from them for preliminary approval from the HOA. So they kind of gave us their blessing to come to you guys.
Okay. Was there any debris flow on this lot?
So
Because I know down below there
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, so you're right. So if you go further to the south nearest Sheffield and like the gate and the entrance down there was some debris flow that crossed the extreme southern portion of the property where it overflowed the banks, but it wasn't, it was more like a mud, and boulders and stuff. It wasn't as impactful as further up. And as a result of that, that's why on the recovery map, the depths, as you go from kind of north, page right to page left, were increasing as you went, further to the left. And so that, yeah, so there was some damage, but the bigger outcome with that was all of flood control's work when they're doing all the cleanup and cleaning out the creek channels and that sort of thing. It was pretty invasive down there. So, they had their equipment in there and cleaning all that stuff out, obviously for good reason. So there was some changes. If you look back debris flow, there was a lot more vegetation down there in that more southerly part. That's where the trail entrance is off of Sheffield. You can see it when you drive by.
I'm familiar with this property. I thought there was an earthquake fault.
Go to page 2, David, if you don't mind. And zoom in a little bit.
On the right side,
On the north of the building envelope, there's an earthquake fault. We've engaged Adam Simmons and have Geo Solutions. They've done some test pits through there, and Adam Simmons is signing off and saying that that's because of that building envelope. We're within that building envelope, and that fault is to the north. He's fine with it.
Well, and in fact, as part of the EIR, that was all, they did extensive, geo investigations and bio and ARC and all of those things that are required in an EIR. And the result of which is all of these, maps having these recorded building envelopes. In our case, it's mostly because of the gas line that bisects the lot, and then the creek setback, floodway setback, creek setback, riparian corridor setback, that sort of thing. That was the most impacted. This site didn't have ARC resources or anything like that, like you see as you go farther up towards the old farm building.
Okay, no more questions.
Have you considered, Rob, a different interface to the Creekside Road that would enable you to develop a hierarchy of gates for your multiple driveways? Right now, it looks like it's all planted and maybe some kind of casual split rail fence, but that does not easily have gates and hierarchical gates, more important, less important, with that kind of a vocabulary. Have you considered another vocabulary at the street that would enable you to do that, please?
At this point, I don't think we've investigated multiple gates on the property. The driveway to the main house is open on either side. We're leaning on vegetation as our visual barriers and separation between elements. But this notion of looking at potentially other materials for establishing some sort of visual cues that maybe are stronger, that's something we can continue to study.
The two driveways appear to allow only one car to park in front of the house, which means for all intents and purposes, no guest parking can easily be accommodated there. People come and go at different times. So given that, is this the way to get anything more than someone that wants to park in front of their own house rather than park in the garage easily accommodated?
I can partially help with that. So I think the intent of the CC&Rs with respect to the no parking on Creekside is like, I'm having a dinner party, and I have guests over. The HOA does not want parking, on Creekside. So I think that's why you see in the other homes in the area, they have this ribbon approach. Well, they have envelopes as well, right? So they can't just grade wherever and put driveways wherever. And I think that's kind of the thought process is, you have guests over, they all are in alignment. Yes, there could be some shuffling that would have to happen because of that.
Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1, 2025 Creekside Road, please?
For those online, go ahead and raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak on this item. No requests.
Okay, as everybody on the board knows, we have no landscape people here, but we were blessed with comments from others. Oh, is there one here? Okay, so is this the Matheson residence? Okay, so I realize the limitations of the two, this is Stacy, building envelopes and the setback from the creek, as well as the grading issues, but the structures distance from one another and the parallel relationship with the road feels stiff. I would suggest looking at alternative layouts for the house that allow more reprieve from the road and a more variable facade that adds relief. If the garage would exchange its position with the pool, it could possibly eliminate the need for the third driveway. Just something to explore. The plant palette is lovely, and I like the direction of the landscape. Does Rob have a comment? I don't think he does.
Rob Fowler, not Rob.
Okay,
Okay. Okay.
I would just,
yes, go, please.
David, if you wouldn't mind going to page 7. I guess I just would like the board to look at the floor plan and that east elevation. You could even see it in Rob's plan right there, almost better, but that elevation undulates quite a bit. And we can look at the 2D elevation as well. So I was trying to think about it. I almost think that the roof line of this elevation is almost too dynamic. It's moving too much. And I'm looking at studying, maybe making it a little bit flatter, just because if we look at the elevation, there is a lot of movement there. And I just wanted to point that out.
Comments, Dave, please.
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss, and hopefully by creating this new home, it's part of the healing process. I like the design and the landscape a lot. I think it's very appropriate. It's not impacting the neighbors of the community. The design, the materials, I'm not a landscape expert, but I think the relationship of the structures to the street, the fence and the buffering all seems very appropriate to me. As far as the driveway, I'm fine with this driveway. There's a precedent in the neighborhood. You've got building envelopes that are constraining the location of your structures. You have that CC&R about the parking being off the street. So all those unique conditions combined, in this specific case, I can support the driveways as proposed. And I also like the way the third driveway is downplayed, both the way you've arranged it so you don't see the parking area and also with the strips. And I would encourage you to continue that, to try to downplay the driveways as much as possible. But overall, I think it's a very nice project. I can support it.
Tip, comments, please.
Yes, I'm in agreement with Dave. I think it's a modest solution to a pretty large site, and I can support the project.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree too with Dave and Tip. I think you've done a nice job of it. I would encourage whatever you can do, which I think you've already started, to take that third driveway and make it as diminished and hidden as possible. And the ribbon strip's a great start. And, if you could see the material of the driveway down below, make that something friendly to the site, whether it's landscaped gravel or something. I think that would be great. Otherwise, I can support what you've got going here. Thanks.
Robert, comments, please.
Just to clarify, this is a vacant lot. There was no home lost there.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I like this project because it ties in with the original building was in there. That's just up the road.
Historical one that they
The
really,
historical one, and I think you guys did a good job, and I support the project.
I think that I don't think you're being well served by that driveway. I think you're going to find later, you're going to go, why didn't we make it bigger so we could have more people parking there? I think they're going to get all jammed up. I think that there's a way to create hierarchical entrances. I don't see that you've done that yet. I would highly encourage you to do that. Besides that, I like the project. PDF page 24, please. There's a entry hall, and directly above that, there's a fireplace. And on either side of that are doors. with light fixture D, which is pointing down from the eave. When you look at the landscape plan, you'll notice that there's a seating area there, which means that all of the lighting is coming from behind you, casting shadows onto your food and making it difficult to eat and things like that. I think that besides that, I think everything is good, but I think that you could figure out a better way to light that table and achieve your 1-foot candle at the door. So, if you want to do it, fine, but again, casting shadows, Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to do a little pickup. I did not call for public comment on item C1 that we gave approval to, which the Brown Act wants us to. Thank you.
Oh, what about,
I'm sorry, what was our action? We didn't get that part.
No action. Where do you guys want these guys? Next.
I mean,
Yeah, we don't take a vote today.
but
Right.
because of our insurance timeline, we're hoping that the board can deem appropriate. As you guys deem appropriate, kind of expedite this project as quickly as possible.
Final to full board.
That's my.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Back to item C1, I did not call for public comment, 855 Rock Bridge Road. Is there anybody here or online that would like to address the board on that item, please?
No request.
Okay, thank you, David, for pointing that out. Item number 2,
It was Kimberly that noticed that.
what?
So that was Kimberly that pointed that out. Just want to give her
Thank you,
credit.
Kimberly, thank you. 979 Chelham Way. Is Michael here? Yes, you are, okay.
I'm the architect on this project. And yeah, so it's a small bungalow. We're doing a small addition in the rear of the house. Totals 234 square feet. So well below the FAR. Dave, if you go to the next page, we can take a look at the site plan. So you kind of zoom in on the existing site plan. We have this sort of hodgepodge of structures that are in the setback that are existing. So part of what we're trying to achieve is to take those down. There's been a lot of leaks and issues with them. And then build, sort of expand that little wing wall. And one thing I want to call out is that our proposed plan, if you scroll to page left a little bit, we are 1 foot in the setback. I spoke with someone at the planning desk, and they said that's normally something that you guys would be amenable to approve. We tried to stay within the setback. It just got too narrow to have the primary suite. By the time you got the king size bed and a door to the bathroom off the back, it just wasn't working. So it really is critical to making the project successful. And so as we move to the left, we have that area hatched in blue, which we're proposing to be impervious pavers. That becomes sort of a dining area and a family gathering place. And the other diagonal hatch in black is where we would expand the addition. And so it's a little confusing, but on the existing site plan, that pop out on the left is actually just a kind of a covered trellis area. So we'd basically be building within the footprint of it, but making it conditioned space. There's no work to the front. And the one thing I want to point out while we're looking at the plan is that when we look at the 3D views, it seems very sort of evident, like the new pop-outs, but in reality, it is pretty far back from the front. I'm not sure it'll be visible. All right, let's move to the next page. Keep going. Let's go to page 7 in the PDF. If you could zoom in on those 3D views, David. Thank you. So the The style we're going for is sort of a casual beach bungalow vibe. Referencing a little bit of like Sea Ranch and what Charles Moore did up there. The building material would stay the same, so board and batten. We did want to break it up in between the two pop outs where you can see we're doing a stucco. It was just getting a little bit stripy. And what was driving the height and the shape of these volumes was really that existing roof that you see over the three-panel door, sort of in between the pop-outs. So we needed to get high enough to clear that. And by putting the high point of the slope towards the front of the house, it made it a little less imposing when you're in the rear yard. And again, the property is quite small. And so the key view to me is this one that we see on the lower right. They have a small pool in the backyard and there's a little gathering area. And really, this is what you're going to look at when you're back there with the family hanging out. Let's see. I guess we can keep going here. Next page. Next page. Keep going. Here's the roof plan. Oh, we do have the small pergola from the upper left there. And, this is where we'd like to put a little dining room table. All right. Oh, and then part of it too is the roof's in pretty bad shape. And so we're keeping the low profile and we do, like a single ply membrane, PVC or TPO, based on our builder's recommendation, but kind of replacing in kind, but also cleaning up. There's this really odd little pitched roof over the garage. I'm not sure why it was built like that, but it will make it feel a little more intentional from the front. And that's sort of the biggest change that you'd see from the front facade. Okay, I guess we can keep going to the elevations. So this is the front of the house. You can see, I feel like it's a little bit misleading. When you're on the road, you're actually well below the grade of the finished floor. And I don't think you'll actually see these pop outs. I was on site a couple weeks ago looking at that, but this does show the heights. We're below the height limitation. And again, it was really driven by trying to stay above that existing pitched roof in the middle of the house. And then a few materials there. We'd like to do wood, board and batten. The hardy board system does not come in big enough lengths where we can get a full panel without having sort of an unsightly seam at 8 feet. Aware of the WUI conditions, we have our 5/8 exterior rated gyp and, we can layer details in and find an urban forestry spec for that. We'll have one cedar soffit in the rear of the house, which is the most visible one when you're in that little courtyard, just to give it a little bit of warmth. Standing seam roof, a exterior light fixture that we'd like to use, shines down, no uplighting. And then there's just, windows would be probably Marvin Ultimate, so aluminum clad on the exterior. And the windows are white, the house is white. And that's kind of the aesthetic. Let's keep moving.
Is that it then, please?
What's that?
Are you completed then, please?
Yeah.
What, other way, questions, Robert? Please.
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'll have more during comments.
You want to come in later in the order?
Yeah.
Okay. Bill, please.
It's hard to read here, but what is the height of that tallest plate on the shed there? What do you show? 10 something?
Yeah, 13.
13. And is that a room you could have clear story light in, or is just not enough roof maybe, or wall
Yeah,
between the roof and the roof, huh?
we're actually doing something really cool in there. So if you go to sheet 841, which is page 16, we have a section cut through there. So we're doing a big skylight. I'm sorry, one more sheet, 4.1. If you kind of zoom in, so we've got this skylight that's going to bring light into the primary bedroom and a fireplace in front of it, and we're doing a curved gypboard ceiling, and then bringing it down to a more residential feel, about 9.6, and that little attic space is sort of needed to run ducts to heat and cool the house. So we're taking advantage of it. But we did look at clerestory windows, and the client asked to look at it as well. I got worried it was going to be too much light in a sleeping room, and we think the big skylight is going to, bring that soft light in, and we also have 2 windows. Yeah.
Chip, questions, please.
No questions.
Dave, questions, please.
Is there existing perimeter screening, and is there enough space to have screening, especially where you're proposing to encroach into the side yard setback?
Yeah, so there's really nice perimeter screening. Oh, you have the photos there? I think we have one of the backyard. The other oh, perfect. So that if you zoom in on the one on the upper left, I apologize, I don't have better photos looking back at the backyard, but you can see that hedge on the left. I mean, you can't see any of the houses, and from the photographer's view, like the hedge behind me is also about the same height.
And is that planting on your property?
Oh, that's a good question. I believe it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we
My questions.
Is that it, Dave? Yeah. Robert, please, questions.
You have inspirational photos of Sea Ranch in this set?
No, I didn't include them. Part of the thing, Sea Ranch is always the vertical clear cedar, and it starts to give the Scandinavian kind of feel. So I didn't want it to be too misleading where it, I think maybe the best image to look at that we sort of skipped over would be page 14 in the set. I don't know if this helps. I'm happy to provide them. Or I'm sorry, the 3D sheet. Click one more, the next one. Sorry, there it is. But no, I did not provide inspirational images.
When you want to take on a new form and it's a comparatively minor portion of the house, it may not have the power to do what you want. If you do, I did look up on my phone Charles Moore, and the guy had Humspa. If he hadn't,
Yeah.
nothing else, he had Humspa. And I don't think it's possible to do that here. So my question is, have you studied another roof form that would be more consistent with this house, the existing house? That's the question.
Yeah, absolutely. David, could you scroll back to A 2.1 just so we can have that rear yard view, which I think is the most important. Yeah, so our first thought was to do the additions with flat roofs. And we did like 5 or 6 iterations, and like it just wasn't working. It started to look like it was trying to be a mid-century home in what is more of a bungalow. And by doing it this way, it sort of decouples the additions from tearing out the entire roof and turning this into a much larger project versus like a 234 square foot addition with 2 pop outs. So we found it was an elegant solution. And again, we're trying to keep the same feel of the house with the board and batten. We're not trying to go to make like an architectural statement. And also by pitching the roof down, it just kept this from feeling like you're in a canyon. So if you look at the floor plan, the kitchen's very small. You have to walk through the dining room table to get to the outside. So it's an extremely small space. And so that courtyard, being in Santa Barbara, that's where the family's going to spend most of the time. So if I take those pitched roofs and I go flat which is the first thing you think to do when you look at the house, those volumes grow a lot. And now you're sitting there with two 13-foot walls. So by dropping them, it just opened it up more. But we did study it. I did not expect to end up here with the design. It was a very organic process where we went and eliminated the more obvious concepts.
Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 979 Chelham Way, please?
You're joining us online and you'd like to speak on this item, raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. No hands.
Okay, does Stacy have a comment? Modest proposal, no landscape. I would suggest a window or some other element on the back wall at the pergola. It seems like a missed opportunity that might be considered, but I would approve as is. Bill, yes, Bill, comments.
Okay.
You were number 2 and now you're number 1.
Okay. The additions, not a problem. The roof line, I'm still having a little trouble with the height of that one, especially the 3D on 14. Is that what it is, David? I think it was 14. No, it might be down a little further. There we go, that guy. It just seems like a very tall wall. I don't know if there's a way to break that. I kind of was leaning toward what John was saying. I thought, oh, that might be an idea. And that you explained that you kind of did a study of that. And
Yeah.
is it a combinations of flat roofs and parapets? Does that work? You're going to still be tall. So I don't know what the answer is, but maybe it's an opening or two up there instead of, I know you have mechanical on one part of it, maybe that goes in the low pitch portion. I don't know what the answer is to this, but
Would it be helpful to set up some views from like the street? Because again, it's the most deceptive 3D view. And I was looking at it as I was coming in and I was like, I have the same reaction when I see it,
yeah,
but it's, the perspective is getting
line.
squished. That
Yeah.
thing's like 25 feet back.
yeah.
The
maybe
sidewalk
line
is-
And the screening of the planting is.
Yeah, it's like
to make
you
it-
literally will not see it. And that's kind of the beautiful thing about this property is it's a sort of like the secret garden feel when you're in the back. You cannot see any neighbor's house. And, even when we took a tape and saw at
This
the
is-
height, sorry, go ahead.
This is the front side though here.
This
right?
is the front side, yeah.
Maybe some shots of the front. Do you have?
Yeah.
From the street looking back onto the property? Maybe-
Yeah. David, can you click to those photos? Imagine we'll meet again, but so I can definitely bring more.
This is not supposed to be an interchange here, just
Yeah.
comments.
Yeah.
We have a very long agenda today, so
Yeah.
Sorry, I
I-
apologize.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
comments, I think,
Uh,
generally speaking, I can approve it okay. Maybe I'd need to see some proof that maybe the screening, which I see there on the street view, is a little better. If there was something you could come up with, maybe work on the idea of how to diminish that wall. Maybe it's whether it's a penetration with a window or
Sure.
maybe breaking the pitch back.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
something, I don't know. But that's the only thing. Otherwise, it looks
Okay.
fine to me, so.
yeah, comments, please.
And it's to me it's more wrenchy than sea wrench. And I actually like what you're doing. I think it adds some interest to the house. It's right now it's just kind of bland. It's has nice overhang. I think that the slope roofs will add some interest spaces on the inside. And I really don't think you can see from the front because the way the house, the way the site, I don't think anyone will ever notice it. The two gables that you're adding. So because of that, I think it definitely, I think does add some interest to the project, and if you clean it up, I think it'll be fine. So I can support it the way it is.
Dave, comments.
Yeah, I agree with Tip. I think where you get into trouble is referencing Sea Ranch, and with these fascias and with, I think probably beach and ranch style and board and bat, but I think the forms are playful and add to the house that's kind of needs something anyway. And I also like, to me, you design from the inside out, and those forms make a lot of sense with the spaces that you're creating. So, yeah, I can support the project. My one concern is screening, especially where you're asking to encroach into the side yard setback. You need to provide fire access around the house and still have screening to help with that. So when you come back, it would really help to bring specific information on how you're providing screening for your neighbors, and also photos or other things that can show that those walls really can't be seen from the street, the higher walls. But overall, I like the project.
Robert, comments?
I would disagree. I do not like the direction of the roofs and the lack of working out the fenestration. Actually, the photo with it all with flat roofs, and I normally don't even like flat roofs. It's a nice structure, and I just think it's going in the wrong direction, but that's my view. No more.
Andy Newman did a project, I believe it was an ADU down on Padaro Lane, about 2/3 of the way from Loon Point down to the railroad crossing, that had a curved roof with a standing seam roof on it. And because of this and that, I ended up in that building, and I ended up going around that building. It was remarkable. And I think what's interesting is you're going to get the eave line on both sides, so it's not tall. You're going to get an extremely unique interior, which I think when I was there, it was extremely pleasant. Curved glue lamps get you there. Yes, they're a little expensive, but you drop them in and it's pretty, it goes pretty quick from there. I don't know how other members of the board would feel about a unique solution like that, but I'm with Robert. I don't think that you're doing this structure any good with your proposal. So, it's probably approvable, but it's probably one of those things. I bet it's not going to be on the front page of your website, this project, when you're done.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think
And therefore come back and make your case.
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But
Design.
you did.
I think shed roofs.
Okay. It's very nice, very nice.
There you go, shade.
Okay? Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you, back for concept? You want to come back for preliminary? It's not a very big project.
Preliminary.
Yeah, let's do, come on back for prelim.
All right, really appreciate
And
it.
if you want to study a couple of different ideas and present
Yeah.
multiples,
Okay.
okay too.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot,
okay.
guys.
Very good. Thanks a lot. Item number 3. 843 Knapp Drive. I see a landscape person. I don't see a. Turn on the mic, sit down. Okay, so you have who? For the green light, that's it.
Okay. Yes, I'm Michaela. I'm from Stacy Isaac Landscape, but we do have Mark Salzman presenting before me, representing the owner
Okay,
online.
excellent. Mark, go ahead, please.
Hello, how are you? My name is Mark Salzman, and I'm the owner's representative for 843 Knapp Drive. Thank you for having me. While the architect for this project is Susan Sherwin, she is unable to be here today, so I'm going to give you an overview of the proposed renovations and additions. I'm also joined, as you know, by Michaela Colvin from Stacy Isaac Landscape Architect, who's there with you in person. Michaela will share the specifics of the proposed landscape aspects of this project. If we could actually start on page 12 of the PDF. The new owners of this modest mid-century ranch home, shown here on the existing site plan, are a young family. The home was remodeled and added onto in the early 1990s. The remodel added many elements that were not in keeping with the original architectural style. I'd like to point out that there is a home on a flag lot to the south of this property, which is on the right-hand side of the page, with an access easement located on the east side of the lot, or the top side of the page. Now, if we could jump to page 2 of the PDF, you can see the existing home cited on the survey. The lot is about 1 acre in size and enjoys limited ocean views from the top or north end of the lot. That's page left. And if we could jump back to the first page, the new owners desire to renovate and expand the home, both to make it more suitable for modern family living and to attempt to be more faithful to the original architecture. They would also like to accentuate the ocean views. Specifically, they would like to legalize the limited, already completed renovation, undertake further renovations to the existing home, propose a new garage and ADU structure, and propose significant landscape enhancements, including the addition of a pool and cabana. The FAR for this proposed project is 89%. I'd first like to start with an as-built remodel of the previous garage and guest room seen on page 3 of the PDF, which is at the top of the page, into 3 new bedrooms and 3 new bathrooms.
We don't
shown on the
normally
sa-
look at floor plans.
Okay, shown on the same page of page 4 to accommodate the owner's 3 young children. After acquiring the home at the end of last summer, an interior-only renovation commenced as the wife was pregnant, and the desperately needed 3rd bedroom was not connected to the main house. The parents were understandably not okay having their 4- and 6-year-olds inaccessible. I note that this renovation work included the removal of certain old single-paned windows, specifically the one shown with horizontal muntins on page 5 of the PDF. These windows did not meet egress requirements, and so the owners replaced them with new energy-efficient windows that both rationalize the window elevations with the rest of the home, as shown on the next page, page 6, as well as satisfy egress. Furthermore, I'd like to note that this work did not change the overall net floor area of the home. As this renovation work is now complete, I'm humbly before you today seeking to legalize this work. In addition to this completed work, the owners would also like to propose some further changes to the existing home. This includes creating a mudroom at the rear of the house, which I apologize, but can only be seen on the floor plan on pages 3 and 4. That's existing, and the mudroom there is kind of in the center of the page. Currently, the space is external, but under the home's existing roof line and is of little practical use. The owners would like to capture the square footage as a mudroom to directly relate to the future proposed pool. The owners would also like to remove some of the 90s style elements and return more faithfully to the original ranch style. This primarily includes replacing Tuscan style columns at the front and rear that you can see in the existing elevations on page 5, with more appropriate square posts shown on the elevations on page 6. Finally, the owners would like to rationalize the living room to enable more fluid indoor-outdoor living by replacing a series of picture windows and French doors with unified double converging sliding doors. You can also see this change when comparing the elevations on pages 5 and 6 on the far right-hand side of the south elevation. The owners understand that they must meet various requirements, including parking requirements. Because the garage has already been converted into bedrooms, the owners desire to satisfy the covered parking requirement with a new detached 3-car garage and ADU. If we jump back to page 1, we can see that on the top of the page. The proposed structure has been cited on the most logical place from a grading standpoint. And if we jump to pages 8 and I guess primarily 9, you can see the plan and elevations for the proposed structure. I'd like to note that all sides of this property are screened from the surrounding neighbors and roadways with landscape. So we do not anticipate this new structure will impact any existing sightlines. While I understand we are not talking about the ADU today, I would like to highlight that the combined proposed structure has been designed to harmonize in scale and profile with the existing ranch-style residence. However, we are proposing slightly different exterior cladding in the form of narrow, fire-resistant wood or composite material and thin window trim in an attempt to differentiate it just a little bit. Finally, as part of the proposed new landscape design that Michaela is going to share with you, we are proposing a humble cabana as shown on page 7 of the PDF, next to the pool. This is to serve as a respite from the sun, to conceal pool equipment, and to provide an easily accessible restroom. I hope you will agree that the architecture here relates both to the existing home and to the newly proposed garage ADU. The owners appreciate Montecito for its natural beauty and enjoy spending as much time as possible outdoors. Thus, they've charged Stacy Isaac with enhancing the landscape, including a reduction in hardscape. And I'd now like to turn it over to Michaela Colvin from Stacy's office so she can share more about that with you. I welcome any of your questions or comments.
Let me go to L 1.0, please. Okay. All right. So entering the property, we have an existing auto gate, which we will be keeping. We are going to replace the existing concrete driveway. Part of it we'll be replacing with concrete pavers, and then the portion of the driveway we will be replacing with gravel, which is closer to the house, which will increase the permeability there and just add a little bit more of a casual feel. Up the hillside, we are replacing some existing stone steps with a new, more gracious stone stairway, and then adding in some retaining walls that are about 3 feet high up to a lounge terrace where you can enjoy the views of the ocean. That's going to be sort of a sunset viewing area. And then we will also be adding a small stone pathway and steps up to the pedestrian access you'll see up on Knapp Drive. Moving towards the rear of the property, we are adding some retaining that you'll see along the side of the house where we're going to be adding some fruit trees. Right now, it's just a fairly steep slope right there that does not have any retaining, so we're going to be adding some walls in there. And then we have our new pool, which is located in that small little section of the rear yard. And we have decided to add it there because it was an unoccupied area of the landscape. The slope is less than 20%, and it does receive quite good sun there. And based on the geotech report, we are not going to need any caissons, so that's great. Moving towards the back, we have added a more combined lawn area. The existing lawn is separated right now by a large rock water feature, so we've decided just to basically keep the same amount of square feet, but add it together so it's a more usable space for the young family. We also have a new deck area, which will be having dining and a fire feature. And we're expanding that over the hillside just a bit, and we've chosen to do deck there to be sensitive to the large oak tree that is just adjacent. We have also decided to remove quite a large fireplace that is in that location, and we are replacing it with a small, more slimline, shorter fire feature there. Lastly, we have a small veggie bed area off the garage ADU that just needs a small stone retaining wall. And that about sums it up.
Thank you. Questions, Tip?
No questions.
Bill?
I can't read the topo, but is it high on the left, low on the right?
Yes, yeah.
So you're driving down into the house.
Yeah, the high point is the bottom left corner and the low point is the top right.
And like, for instance, the deck, how high is that off the grade there by the tree?
Just about 30 inches.
Okay, so you're no handrail or anything. Maybe you'll have one.
There might be a few sections that we will, but not necessarily.
And the retaining off the planter beds in the back there, how tall is that retaining wall off grade?
It's just about 2 feet, 18 inches, not too tall.
Pretty low. And then question for the architect. The pool cabana, is that like a big garage door, kind of glass door that you're doing there?
Just to clarify, I'm the owner's rep, not the architect. I'm just here because the
okay. All right.
architect can't be there. But yes, that's the design intent.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all.
Dave, questions, please.
How much grading is associated with the project?
Oh, that's a good question. No, I apologize. Do we have that calculation?
We actually
Mark?
do have that calculation, but I don't know that calculation off the top of my head. If I'm not mistaken, it is, if I'm not mistaken, it's less than 20%, but could we possibly get back to you with a firm answer?
Sure, yeah, it'd just be good to know on a sloped site like this where you're proposing to do the driveway and that garage and everything and the pool.
The driveway is going to be keeping the same. We're not going to be grading the driveway. It's just we're replacing the surface.
Okay. Yes, it would be good to know the grading. I think that's important moving forward.
We will certainly get back to you with that information.
Okay. And then on the landscape plan, what's existing and new as far as the trees?
So almost all of the existing trees, so there's a lot of existing oaks, which we are retaining. We are adding one new oak, but that was something that I wanted to mention. We did have an arborist report done and he decided that no mitigation trees were needed, but we are adding one oak tree. Some of the proposed trees you'll see along the driveway where they're like light blue near the stairs, those are new olive trees. And then continuing in that row, we have new fruit trees proposed. And then up on the upper sort of curved gravel terrace there, we have some small trees added to the rear where you see that really large trunk. We have those trees in front are new.
Are you proposing to remove any trees?
No. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. In that location, we have a cedar and a pine that we will be removing.
Thanks.
Robert, questions, please?
No questions.
Pool equipment location, please.
It is just by the pool house there.
On the back side of the cabana. So if you're looking at the plan on the screen right now, it's to the right, to the right-hand side. So on the left side of the cabana, of the main kind of central element of the cabana is a restroom, and on the right side is designated for pool equipment.
As close to the property line as you can get it. So Google Earth, please.
It is within the required, I do note that it's in the required setback and actually is sited quite far away from the existing neighbor's home. We were quite sensitive to that as we were planning this.
So it's there on the left-hand side of that. Okay. So do you have site sections? This site has, if that staircase there kind of in the middle left-hand side, I mean, there's a lot of vertical grade here. You have site sections that would really just, and I'm most interested in retaining walls and how all that's fitting together, please. Do you have those?
We don't have that currently, but we can bring that next round.
Okay. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 843 Knapp Drive, please?
Go ahead and raise your hand, virtual hand, if you'd like to.
And we have a public comment.
Do you have one public comment letter?
Okay. I am sending this email to voice my concerns about such and such. I am a property owner located on the hillside below the proposed project site. I'm concerned about the runoff of stormwater from all the man-made construction. There is a history of property damage from stormwater runoff that I am aware of on at least 3 properties. The neighbor immediately below the proposed site said that her garage was flooded in a previous year. She needs to replace her garage. This occurred in January of 2023. Another neighbor on Skyview Drive had a large amount of water flow down the hillside and enter her home in 2023. The amount of water that entered her home was significant. I do not know the extent of the damage. Myself, I have had water enter the storage rooms attached to the garage in January 2023. The water and debris then proceeded to flow down my driveway and caused the gate to jump off its tracks. Any water collected in drainage can not be sent back into the soil as it just makes its way to the property below where it surfaces. Water drainage needs to be collected and needs to go into the sewage system or maybe the stormwater system. If that is not done, then I am opposed to the project and it's signed. Okay? Anybody else want to address the board on item number 3, 843 Knapp Drive, please?
Should I respond to that public comment or no? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your process.
Yeah, why not? Not now. Let us keep going.
Okay.
No additional requests.
Okay. Comments, Rob Fowler. Not Stacy, Rob. Oh, okay. Overall, 843, thank you, David, I'm sorry. Overall has been well executed from a hardscape landscape standpoint. And if the rest of the board concurs, should be placed back on the agenda for preliminary and possibly final approval in front of the full board. However, I have included 2 sheets marked with some specific comments that can be readily resolved at the preliminary design review letter. Do you have those? Sort of. Okay, so reduce the size of the terrace. Okay, and I guess, wow, that's extensive. Okay, so I guess that's it. Oh, and yeah, since you're able to.
Provide landscape architect may want to study alternate solutions. I'm not sure what that's for. Gates, it looks like gates and things around the pool, fences and gates around the pool, looks like. 3-foot minimum width of paving by code, can't go through a gate and have to negotiate steps at change of grade. So I think he's just saying gates, moving those gates around to have a landing at the top. Redesign grade or add safety rail there where I think it drops off. Looks like you have a high spot on the, first you're falling into water there, so probably okay. Code issue affects designs, need safety rail. That's the same question. Again, if you fall into the pool, so. Item 3, reviewed by Robert Fowler, recommend return to full board. Okay, same notes.
Okay,
That's it.
is that it? Okay, comments, please. Tip.
Well, I think the project can come back for preliminary, final, and consent. It's it's an improvement. It's a minor in scope, and we just looking at the 3-car garage, but not the ADU and the interior conversion. We don't get involved in that, and the landscaping. Besides some of the comments from Rob, I think that's it's good enough for me. Thank you.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I'm fine with the architecture. I kind of would like to hang a little bit on John's comment about a site section. It'd be great to see what's happening and to prove where those decks are, how high they are off the grade, and kind of what's happening back there behind the house, because it looks like it shows pretty steep in the front, which it is, and maybe it levels out in the back, which is great. Also, I'd encourage you to get a civil engineer on board. It sounds like that might be an issue with the neighbor in terms of site drainage, so
Stacy mentioned we have one on retainer because
you do, yeah, I would
Yep.
get them
We
involved.
do have one on retainer. We were actually just waiting to see what the comments were today before fully engaging in the full design scope with them, but we'll certainly address all of the neighbors' concerns as far as drainage and meet with her one-on-one to address her concerns privately.
Great, that'd be great. And then I couldn't tell, but it didn't look like the elevations were brake lines there, which is probably okay. I don't know if it'd be nice to see the whole thing together or not, but I don't know if that's critical, but we'd see what everyone else thinks about that. Elevations of the building, that is. And then the pool equipment, last but not least, I think I would either show the equipment outside the setback, at least that, and tell us what the material around that. Is it a block wall, a CMU, plaster coated kind of a thing, so we can make certain that it's not interfering with the neighbors in terms of sound.
Sure.
Otherwise, yeah, everything's fine with me.
Okay.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I find the architecture plans hard to follow in the elevations. I think maybe those break lines are because it's a faceted house, so they flatten them or something, but it's hard to tell what's going on. But in general, it looks like you're improving on what's there. So I'm okay with that. But my main concern, I think, which John alluded to, is the grading and it's having some site sections so we understand what's going on at that pool area and the garage area on the slope site. That would be my main concern.
Robert, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree. Really, this project is something that we need to make sure we have a civil on and there's a system. I don't know what the requirement is for a project like this. Is it tier 1 or tier 2 or whatever? But we're going to have to figure out how to keep that water. And I would say you can put it into the ground, but it's got to be well designed and, your civil will figure it out. That's it.
Yep. We'll certainly address that with the civil engineer. And I do just want to highlight overall, actually, we're reducing the amount of hardscape here, or I should say we're proposing to reduce the amount of hardscape, but we're very sensitive to drainage issues and to water issues. It's actually something that I know quite a lot about, and we'll make sure that we come back to both you and to the neighbors with a comprehensive plan for to mitigate any stormwater or runoff.
Can we go to the landscape plan again? So Michaela, I think you need a site section. Do you know what the term longitudinal and transverse mean? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Need it in both directions on the pool,
Yes, yeah.
all the way out to the property and maybe beyond the property a little bit,
Okay.
in both directions,
Mhm.
longitudinal and transverse. And then I think we also should take one through the the garage and whatever other structure and out to where it gets up to the vegetable garden to see what that's about.
Sure.
And I think we need the cut and fill calculations. And I think what we're really missing on this project is where, on this drawing, is where the neighbors are.
Sure.
If the neighbors are right next to that pool, I'm probably going to vote against it. If they're a long way away, whatever. But I can't tell from Google Earth, and I can't tell from your drawings where they are.
Okay.
Okay? Does anybody else have any other comments before we go? Cut and fill calculations in water. Yeah, I think, okay, thank you very much.
Can I just ask one question? So,
Yes,
so
please. Oh, and
provided
back, what, preliminary? Preliminary at the full board. And yes, Mark.
Oh, I was actually going to ask, provided that we address all of these, I was wondering if we could try to come back for preliminary and final together.
If the very most, it'll be one more on consent calendar. But I think, to me, until you prove the grading and the water, I'm not ready to just rock and roll this thing on. You haven't provided enough information for me, maybe the other members, to just give you that. So you can go into the building department today if you want. You don't have to wait for us. Let's get this well done and let's figure out about the noise and all that. Okay?
Understood. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, item number 4, 525 San Ysidro Road. This is a sign application, which I don't think I've ever seen one.
Yes.
That must say something. Okay, is Galita Signs here? I don't have a name.
Yes. It's Memo here representing Goleta Signs and Santa Barbara Signs.
Okay.
He doesn't call me. All right. So what we are proposing is a signage on the San Ysidro Road, 525. It's a commercial building. They do stores, and they have also an additional shop on Coast Village Road. So they are known to sell clothes. The acreage in the area that we're proposing this signage is 1.32 acres. And the proposed signage is to be mounted on top, and it only takes 10 square feet of dimensions. So that's 18 by 80 inches all throughout. If we go to page number 1, so we see there, it's going to be mounted on top of the building at an elevation of 9.5
underneath the
feet.
window.
Underneath the window, and it's centered in between that big portion of the second floor decor. The total frontage of that shop is 29 feet. So if we could go to the next page, please, for sign number 8. There's the description of the materials we're using. So we were going to be using birch wood, 1-inch thick birch wood. It's going to be primed, stained, and sealed. The Wunderkind will incorporate individual Sintra letters, and the letter height for Wunderkind, you're looking at 6.7 inches in height. They're going to be 3D letters that it's going to be 1 inch thick, so 1 inch thick in
Depth.
And
no lighting.
Yeah, no lighting incorporated in this. The tagline for Montecito, you're looking at 1 inch high letters. The Sintra is going to be painted black, coated black. For our hardware, we're using mounted lac shields. So the lac shields will incorporate the mounting to be on the grout in between the stones. We will be drilling a hole, soliding silicone, putting the socket, the screws, And that'll be a total of 4 entry points for the sign.
And the screws are going to be black to match the metal, the
Mhm.
iron work outside.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know.
And that's it.
And you had some other right there. Okay, so why don't we keep that? Okay, questions, Dave, please.
Can they see us?
Did you consider using like raised metal letters or other signage that could be transparent and allow the arch and the coin to show through as opposed to squeezing that signboard in there?
Yes, we have the capabilities to consider that.
Just a second. No, we don't, because the landlord does not want us to mess with the stone. The reason why that we have the backing is because we're going to be drilling on the grout without messing anything with stones.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Robert, questions, please.
Have you considered, I think again, I have the same question. A different location for the sign that wouldn't spoil the architecture?
I'm not sure if you know where this building is. It's in the parking lot. As you cannot really see this from the street at all either. So it's inside a parking lot in Montecito there. So it's not like it's going to be facing Coast Village Road or East Valley Road.
Okay. No more comment.
Questions? Tip, questions, please.
If you look at hanging the sign from the gable above the vertical window, that's just one option I was looking at, and then another option is, yeah, right across that between the overhang and the stone, or yeah, or another option is to hang it on the right side window at the line right below the sconce.
Is a mouse on there? We can see which one is on the right hand side on the
glass, on the fixed glass window on the right hand side below the sconce where the button line. And the sign can be designed to be a part of it. It's just a question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out on the looking at the building on the arch, the right end arch. Is that correct?
That's right.
Oh yes, we did mention that to the tenant, and asked him, and he goes, "No, I would like ours to be in the center." So we did mention that to hang it from the eaves, above the eaves there. And
what about the other eaves, the higher eaves? The gable, right, Web?
Yeah, that would be that. I personally, that would be much better to hang it from there. But we have to, because this project took about a year to get this going. So he's kind of like saying, you know, what's going on here? We really want to get the sign. I've been there a year and I haven't have a sign. So we are here. So how long would it take if he does want it above there, like you said, above the window in the center to hang it from the heave?
It's just a suggestion. Let's hear from other board members.
Okay.
Questions, Bill, please.
Do you need to have the word Montecito on there? Because obviously they know where they are. And as I look at the examples of the others that you show, they seem to be less than 18 inches tall. And with the idea of not having the word Montecito in there, maybe you could make it narrower and keep the wonder kind as the main piece. It just seemed Yeah, anyway, have you considered that?
Yes. So this is all in regards to what the client wants. So I can mention that it changed, and there may be
easy
some.
suggestion right now.
Yeah, it's a suggestion.
Yeah, just a suggestion because we did ask him regarding because he has different stores,
Sure.
different places. So he wants it named this one Montecito. That's what I was told from the client.
Mhm. And could you fit your text into a narrower profile? Instead of 18, could it be more like 12 or something like that? Like these other examples in that same group look like? They look
Oh,
narrower.
narrower.
Shorter, not as tall. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
all right.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 525 San Ysidro Road, please?
Go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. No requests.
Okay, Rob and Stacy, do we have anything from them, please?
Can you zoom them?
Appropriate, no objections is Stacy, I think. And does Rob have anything? I don't think he does. Okay. Comments, Dave?
Yeah, I don't think the sign's appropriate for the architecture and the way it's really close to that arch. It covers up the coin and squeezes into the window. My vote would be that you could still use a horizontal metal element that's attached to the grout joints and then attach metal letters to them, but have it be visually transparent so you could see all those details. Or you could raise the sign up, as Tip suggested, to the gable, or you could lower the height of it and make it more horizontal, as Bill suggested, so that you can see more of that arch and the coin. And but right now that sign just looks like it's pasted on there and on the what is a key detail for the building. So I can't support it the way it's shown.
Robert, comments, please.
I can't support it either. I think it's incompatible with the nature of what Montecito's about. Why can't you just have a sign, out before you drive in or something? But yeah, it looks pasted on. It looks like an afterthought to me. So I can't support it.
Tip, comments.
Yeah, I would definitely entertain the option of put the sign right below the gable. You can hang it. I think that can be discreet enough, and to get you the sign.
On that. Yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah, so that's probably my recommendation, because I know that you need the sign, and I do know the building, and it's way in the back of the
Yes.
mall. But it's the first building you see when you drive into the mall. But it's okay. It's way, 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 way back. It's like almost 700-800 feet. So
Yes.
anyway, that would be my suggestion.
Bill, comments, please.
Thank you.
I agree. Either put it above that upper window in the gable there. I would, or if you could get it narrower, not 18 inches tall, and maybe you could fit it in that space between the window and the arch. It just right now, it just feels so crammed in there that it kind of diminishes the architecture, destroys what's kind of happening in the stone. So those are the two areas I think I'd be okay with it if it was smaller. Thanks.
You have 3 signs shown on the right-hand side. I would love to know the total height of each of those signs. And I'd love to know the height of the lettering. And then try to find something that's very much a part of that. I see those signs as diminutive to the architecture. And what I see your proposal being that the architecture is taking a back seat to your signage. And I think this is a lovely, lovely building and I just couldn't approve it. So I think if you can reduce the size of the sign, I like Tip's idea, get it in proportion to what's actually out there with those three. If you could come back, I think we can probably figure out how to get this done next time. Okay? And if you want to come in with 2 or 3 different ideas about this and that, then, we'll try to work with you as fast as we can.
Sure. So my question to you all is, if we do a drawing and make the sign, what's that he say on this one? The height?
They want it narrower, so smaller.
What, 12 inch?
Well, they want us to go match the other ones. The
No,
ones
no, I
that we're
understand, but that's
proposing.
small little building.
Yes.
So the question is above on the center, above the door, the window. We like to hang it from there. And then what suggestion do you have the height that you guys prefer so we can do this?
I would
And-
want you to go back to don't you guys agree what's out there already? It's already out there. That's what everyone's used to. Everyone can find those stores. This is not some huge mall down in Oxnard or LA. This is a very quiet something. People will find it. So, and I think do you guys know how to use Photoshop?
Yeah.
Well, we're drafters, sir.
Okay, so if you could actually take the elevation on the left
Mhm.
and whatever proposals you want, Photoshop that sign into place and we'll take a look at it.
And I wouldn't suggest you to drill anything in the stone because who knows how
Right.
long that store will be around, and then the next guy come in and drill
They
more
want to
holes.
do it in the grout joints.
Huh?
They want to do it in the grout joints.
Yeah, yes. I mean, even that, so anyway, that's just my suggestion.
Exactly. Okay,
Okay,
great. And
thank
then,
you.
We'll go ahead and move forward. Do you know when you think the next meeting will be, though? Is it going to be
In
another?
exactly 2 weeks from today.
Okay, great.
So
Beautiful.
you need to talk to your planner. That's not a guarantee.
Oh, okay.
He didn't ask when he could get on the agenda. He asked when the next meeting was.
That's what he meant, though.
So contact Keena right now before before the end of the day.
So,
Beautiful.
Yana.
Kiana,
So did you want to schedule that for all 3 levels, or would you want to come back?
Continue the next meeting.
preliminary final.
Okay.
Well, let's give him a shot. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Much for listening to us. Appreciate it.
Item number 5, 901 Picacho Lane. We're having the whole office here today, huh? Yeah. Okay, so 901 Picacho Lane, we have 3 public comment letters, I think. And do you want to introduce, who are you, please?
It on? Okay, my name is Rachel Gann, and
Rachel.
I'm here representing the proposed project at 901 Picacho Lane. Thank you for allowing me to present the following proposal. The property is a beautifully crafted, smaller home set in the steeper hillside at the corner of Mountain Drive and Picacho Lane. It is surrounded by much larger grand estates, as you can see from the aerial photographs. Please turn to sheet 3, it's LO.1. Site photos here showing the existing vegetation and topography. As you can see, the property is surrounded by dense vegetation, which are a combination of thick oak woodlands, giant pittosporum hedges, and a variety of unique plant species. It also has a considerable amount of hardscape outdoor spaces developed by the previous owner and at lower portions of the lot that the current owners do not utilize and would prefer to transform the space to something that they care about and would use. Please turn to sheet 4, LO.2. We are seeking a mod from the board today to build a pickleball court 13 feet 6 inches into the front yard setback. We know this is a very inflaming topic, but this is a carefully crafted decision between clients and landscape architects Upon assessing the site and the neighborhood, we felt it was the least impactful location for the court for reasons such as noise pollution, as well as preservation of hillside gardens. We are impacting 2 oak trees and mitigating them with 48-inch boxed oak trees on the site in a location well suited to them to thrive. However, we will only actually be removing one of the oak trees because Bill Speedwack thinks the other would survive. It is young and healthy and only meets the requirement for a technical kill by just a few percentage points. The oak we are removing has been severely topped for years to accommodate the neighbor's desire for an ocean view. We would also be removing outdoor kitchen, patios, walkways, and relocating the existing spa up closer to the house where it will be better utilized. It was reasoned the more desired location for the court was this area with the asset of an existing 5-foot, 6-inch high masonry wall that we could retain and extend around the corner for great sound mitigation. Right now, we have it ranging from 4.5 feet to 5.5 feet, but we'll gladly extend it to the maximum 6-foot height with the word support in order to mitigate sound. While the 8 to 10 foot is recommended for total sound mitigation, 6 foot of masonry wall will still reduce sound quite effectively, especially for homes in direct sight lines and below the court, which in this case is most of the adjacent properties. Also, we have a high layer of thick vegetation that further acts as a sound barrier, for which there are ample studies showing that the dense vegetation can reduce the decibel levels by 3 to 5, and in some studies, even 5 to 8 decibels. The court would be placed at the lowest point in the site and require less grading, and would be replacing existing hardscapes. Also, the terrain acts as sound mitigation, as well as forming a natural berm. The homeowner is on Zoom, I believe, and she would like to speak about her firsthand experience of the existing pickleball court that is 80 feet from their house and currently has no sound mitigation. RN,
Hello. Oh, are you ready for us or am I interrupting? Sorry.
I'm ready. Can they speak?
So thank you for hearing us today. And I apologize in advance if you see me run out. I'm in another hearing, which I have to be back at 3. So if you see me run away, it's not that I'm afraid of all of you. I'm just getting to my other meeting. This is my wife, Arlene. I'm Michael Latin. We own the home. We're familiar, and I haven't seen the letters that were submitted expressing concerns, but I understand them because we have a pickleball court that's right on the border of our property. And it concerned me when we first bought the property 2 years ago. The closest point of our house to that pickleball court is our master bedroom. And I can tell you that despite all the hoopla about pickleball noise, we can't hear the neighbor's pickleball court from inside our house at all. And it's just feet away. It's very, very close. Our initial thought when we wanted to build it at the bottom of the hill as opposed to some other place on the hill was we wanted to try and put it away, as far away from the neighbor's house as we could. If we look at all the different possible places we could place it without getting the modification, anywhere else that we put the court brings it closer to the neighboring homes. Obviously, the closest is our next door neighbor, but then the house across the street from us is impacted as well. It also brings it away from the pre-existing wall barrier that we have. And if necessary, we're willing to add to the height of that to help absorb some of the noise. But I just will tell you from personal experience, we can hear it if we're outside. It's not obtrusive. And I know that we've talked to the property owner next door. She submitted a letter and she doesn't have any issue with it. She's probably the only person that would actually be impacted by the sound. So thank you for hearing from us today. We appreciate it.
Or are you done now?
No, I have a little more here. We have a pickleball sound study. It's page LO.5. Or here's some site elevation sections for study later, but if you can move to the sound exhibit. This shows radius from pickleball court at 100 feet, and then again 200 feet, and proximity of the court to the neighboring homes. And we mapped this according to documents sent by the planner, the board. It was suggested that decibels not cross the 50 decibel sound point at the property line, and the study only represents decibels without interference or mitigation efforts, such as walls, terrain, vegetation, etc. Upon further review of the documents, appears that these studies were conducted for multi-court factors, such as in the case of municipality, parks, and recreation centers. And all adjacent homes are beyond the stated pollution decibel reach of the DAP study under unobstructed conditions. And we don't believe that the locations of this court would have any abnormal use, noise effects beyond average outdoor residential recreational uses. And then to conclude, we are advising by planning that if we pull the court out of the front setback by only 13 feet 6 inches, so outside of the mod, that we would not even require design review or be subject to discretion of other neighbors. But we prefer to kindly ask for your consideration of this mod, and we believe it really would result in far less noise impact to the neighbors and additional site walls, as well as reducing grading and storm water impacts should have less effect if we have it cited as proposed.
So you're done? Yes. Thank you. Questions, Tip?
Okay, so you requiring a mod to reduce the front yard setback along Picacho from the 90 feet down to 50 feet from center of road,
It's currently the front setback is 50, and we'd like to
25.
yes, drop it to 36 6 inches. So reduced 16 feet.
So this project had to be, all we can do is give recommendation to the planning commission?
Excuse
Hi,
me?
this is the planner, Soren
Okay.
Kringle. The project may go to the Montecito Planning Commission. We could also do a waived hearing. There's still internal conversations about what route we're going to take. But we will require, you'll recommend this project for preliminary and final, and then it'll go to the decision maker for their approval, and it'll return to you for preliminary and final approval.
It looks from the Google map that there seems to be a lot of trees in that area. So how many of them are you removable?
Two
what?
oaks. Two oaks.
What the size of the oak trees?
Let's see. Yeah, we did have Bill Spiewak out there and gave an arborist report. The one here removed is, sorry, find that on the survey, page 2. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading it here. I believe it says 18-inch oak.
Huh?
18 inches.
Two, both 18 inches,
No, one of them is 18 inches and the other is 8.
8
The
inches.
smaller one that we believe we can save.
And how the finished elevation of the pickleball court,
Mhm.
Is it sunken into the ground? Like how many feet?
Do you want to go to the section elevations?
Is it above ground or?
It's we're cutting. There's a bit of, yeah.
Or cut into the,
Yes, correct, and retaining around.
so it will retain at one point and expose the other end?
Yes.
Okay, and how high the retaining wall, the high end?
There's a variety of different heights to retain properly, and it goes to 4.5 feet to the existing wall. It's not retaining, but the existing wall is 5'6". And so we're gonna step up to meet that wall.
So maximum height 5'6" now,
Yeah, but the retaining is really just 4.5.
4.5 feet,
Yes.
and then it's daylight on the other end.
Um, well, there's some steps.
Step walls.
Yeah, yes, it does step up.
Yeah, because I can't read your site section too well, so that's what I'm
Mhm.
asking. Okay, all right, those are my questions.
Okay.
Questions, Dave, please.
I think you said the most effective height for mitigating the noise for those walls will be 8 feet. Is that correct?
We don't have any 8-foot wall.
No, but
height.
you said if they were 8 feet, they'd be more effective.
Yeah, that was in this, sorry.
I guess, so my question is what's keeping you from making them 8 feet?
I'm trying to keep to the 6-foot max height, which seems a little bit more site appropriate to not go to an 8-foot high wall that wraps the court.
And what's my other question? Oh, if you shift this court the way it is to meet the setback,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you said, what are the impacts that help justify this location?
There's a lot of more steep grade happening and a lot more dense vegetation in other areas of the site. So as we've put it on the top right, the northeast side, there's more subtle grade that we're working against.
Okay.
Working with the slopes there.
And when you say dense vegetation, is that trees or?
Yes, there's a cluster of oak trees, coast live oaks, as well as other existing. So if we want to go back to the site photos, you can see that. See, there's a lot of oaks, and as well as just like the bird of paradise and other tropicals, palms and things.
And they would definitely have to be removed if you pushed the.
Yes.
in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that it? Bill, questions, please.
Go to the existing topo map. Is there one there? It's hard to see. You don't really have tree canopies marked on that.
No, we don't. There's a lot going on, and so he really wasn't able to mark all of the canopies. We have the oak trees outlined on the bottom,
Okay,
where the oak trees are more prominent.
okay, yeah, it's hard to read that anyway. How far would you say you are from the street to the, it looks like the pickleball court finishes about 519, does that look right? So you about 4 feet, 5 feet up from the street, would you say? The elevation of the
Yes,
deck of the
that sounds about right. Mhm.
Uh-huh.
I guess depending on where it's heading, but
So if you, had you considered moving it, not maybe 13 feet into the setback, but maybe 6 feet or 7 feet?
Mhm.
And would that make, obviously as it goes back, it probably goes up to
it does, it gets steeper as you go up,
a little higher off the street?
as you can see from the cuts.
Right. Had you considered that position at all, or is this really the ultimate location in terms of aesthetics from the street and sound transmission and all of that?
Well, we did study the site, and we're coming here today because we felt this was the most appropriate location. If we need to go back and restudy, we will, but this where we determined the most appropriate.
Mhm. And what about the idea of actually sinking the pickleball court where it is down lower to get the sound wall higher on the from the outside, but being below grade,
Mhm.
deeper? Have you thought about that as an option too? So maybe it's 2 feet lower elevation, even though it's in the same position, that making the site wall taller only from the inside, not from the outside.
Yeah,
Considered that too?
that's worth exploring.
Okay, thanks.
Robert, questions, please.
David, please pull up the Google map without the sound study again. Okay, no more questions.
That's not it.
Yeah, we're
That
going.
was the last project. Yeah.
Oop,
Oh,
no, last project.
That's the next project, yeah. 901 Picacho. So it's right there at the corner, that funny corner
Right.
where it zigzags.
Yeah.
Or East Mountain, East Mountain Drive.
Ow. Okay, no more questions.
When I was reviewing this project, I did a little research on the web, included those two papers that I found that talked about the mitigation using one of the brand names is Acoustifence.
Mhm.
Did you have a chance to look at that? And do you have any comments about integrating that into this project, please?
We did get a chance to look at those materials, just both Stacy and I. Let me open those up. That we found actually that the findings on these were quite different, and the amount of noise reductions that you can get were very varied between these two. But we did look at, let's see. This is where we got the radius of 100 feet to reduce the decibels, or where the decibels would be at 100 feet, and then again at 200. And I know that we can also reduce the sound by about 5 decibels with the use of quieter equipment, paddles and balls and such. And then as well as the Acoustifence is an interesting option, could reduce pretty significantly if we needed to go on that route.
So trying to cut right to the chase on this project, have you looked into the Acoustifence? Is it something that you would be willing to accept if we ask you to do that?
Can I get back to you on that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay, public comment. We have several letters. I think it's 3. Okay, I've lived at such and such. My home is directly next door to the residence at 901. I share a boundary line with the applicant property. As such, my property is one that would be most directly impacted by the proposed project. I am aware of the proposed plans and have received the MBAR notice of public hearing. I write to advise the board that I have no objections to the proposed plan. Okay, thank you for reviewing this project, and the proposed modification is approved. Okay, that's 1. Okay, my husband Bill and I reside at such and such and have lived there for the last 20 years, which is directly across the street from 901 Picacho. We chose to live in Montecito and our specific location because we very much appreciate the peace, quiet, and tranquil nature of the neighborhood. From our terrace, covered porch, and backyard, we enjoy the lovely mountains and ocean view, the general landscape of flowers, trees, etc. We have various serious concerns about the prospect of a pickleball court so close to us. As is generally known and becoming more known each year, pickleball is a very noisy sport. The constant loud thunk of the ball hitting the paddle is jarring, to say the least, and is far more disruptive and persistent noise than other sports one might play in the neighborhood, such as tennis, bocce, golf, putting. Furthermore, the street noise on East Mountain Drive at Picacho is quite minimal, except for the occasional garbage truck. This is a little disturbance to the overall peace and quiet in the area from these occasional noises. We understand also that the zoning variance is being requested in order to accommodate the proposed pickleball court, placing the court at 36 feet from the center of the road and not 50 per zoning rules. Of course, this would mean the court would be even closer to our home and would exacerbate the annoying noise factor. Zoning ordinances are generally adopted for good reasons, even before the persistent loud noise of a pickleball game is contemplated. Of course, any lighting on the court would increase our issues with the zoning variance request. My husband and I are currently in Colorado. Okay. In the meantime, we want to thank you very much for your consideration of our concerns. We look forward to attending the meeting tomorrow via Zoom. Next, isn't there a third one? Do I remember that right? Okay, I'm a neighbor of Mr. and Mrs. Latin. I won't leave you out, ma'am. I've discussed and viewed the plans with Soren as well as Mr. Latin. I have no objection to the new project except for the issue of noise. There is an existing pickleball court on the property adjacent to Mr. Latin. I am impacted by the noise there and not looking forward to the addition of even more noise. The existing court is near the Barranca on our property line, and there is an auditorium effect that magnifies the noise. Mr. Latin has indicated that he's willing to institute solutions to help with noise. It would be great if MBIR has suggestions in this regard. Okay, is there another one?
That's all the letters, but we have some hands up.
Okay, hands up. If I just read one of yours, it's kind of double dipping if you did it again. So is there somebody that has not had a chance to be heard, please?
So our hand up is Margaret RV.
So we just heard from her. Yes?
You read our letter, yes.
Ma'am, can you keep it to about a minute or so? Because I just read your letter.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a comment on the illustrations that were given for the how much the sound travels from the pickleball. Yes, on that, and I would say that in the case of the adjacent pickleball court, that particular graph does not help me because the way that sound travels around that area. And so actually, especially at the weekend when there's no surrounding noise, there is a lot of noise from the adjacent pickleball court. So I would hope that MBAR would keep an eye on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, please?
Can I ask one more?
Yes, please, one more question.
The sound study was based on special balls and paddles or regular balls and paddles, and how would we know that those would be enforced, the special balls and paddles?
These numbers are from regular balls and
They are.
paddles.
Okay.
But as it says, the use of acquired equipment can reduce the sound by 5 decibels. I think that how it's enforced, I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
sorry.
any other questions?
Okay.
What's the amount of grading associated with the project?
The amount of grading is, let me get that number. It's minimal. I do have that here. Excuse me. Less than 50 cubic yards,
For the entire.
both cut and fill.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so comments. Rob Fowler has a comment. That's Stacy's, Rob. 901. 901 Picacho has several issues that are reflected in my markup, again, which I believe Bill is going to read. Believe the presence of the pickleball court being the main issue of concern. I have presented what I believe to be several mitigating adjustments to this hardscape from the standpoint of simplifying. And if these are incorporated, then I believe they help offset the fact that I believe that the existing hardscape is way too busy and cluttered. If these adjustments are incorporated into the proposed plan, then I can support the presence of the pickleball court, which is helped by the fact that the proposed court will be mostly buried in an oak woodland. If the rest of the board concurs, then this project should be placed back on the agenda in front of the full board for preliminary only. Okay, comments, Tip.
Look at the
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Bill, your turn.
Hieroglyphic
Yeah.
expertise. On Fowlerisms. Create landing, eliminate
Thank you, Bill.
I don't know that one. To step up, then step back down. He's saying having to step up and then step back down in order to go from pickleball court to patio to suggestion Rembar, consider simplify and downsize some of the existing patios and hardscape patios, items 1, 2, and 3, or mitigate for allowing pickleball court over setback line. I'm okay with pickleball court because it is buried in an oak woodland, but perhaps conditions mitigation items 1, 2, and 3 down at the bottom there, which I'll read in a minute. Recommend return to full board. Okay, 1, 2, and 3, suggest or condition that these terraces are reduced in size. So you can just make those terraces smaller, add in oak woodland understory and plantings, I think. Remove pathway to nowhere, add back in native understory and plantings. Pathway to nowhere. I'm not sure where that is, but that's item 3. Oh, okay, right there. Yeah. So you reduce hardscape essentially. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. I think you should get a job in, well, yeah.
Breaking.
Code breaking, yeah. Tip, comments, please. This is the first time we've seen this project.
You know, I think the pickleball court is probably one of the biggest issues in Montecito lately and Hope Ranch. And personally, you know, I wouldn't want to live next to one. So because the issue is that it's not only, you know, about the indoors, mainly about the outdoors that the people have issues with, because that's why you live, you know, you have a lot of land, you want to spend time outside, and inside it might be nice and quiet, but outside is, you want to make sure you don't get disturbed by pickleball court. However, you know, when I look at the site plan, and probably if you want to have one, probably this is probably one of the best locations because it's right down the street. One of the neighbors, she didn't have objection to it because her house is on, you know, way above. Matter of fact, 2 of them, the house is way above. So, you know, in terms of location, I think that are probably, you know, probably as good as can be. Maybe last year, we had a project in front of the board, a tennis court in Ribbon Rock. And I believe that it probably be good for the board to see the site because maybe, this is as good as it gets. It's very difficult for, at least for me, to really understand the topography, the landscaping, what you're doing to it. And if you do a pickleball court, I would assume that you want to go as low you can. I would sink the whole thing, 8 feet underground because the lower it is, the less noise will travel. And so there are so many factors that I don't fully have a clear understanding of the proposed solution. So that's what I'm recommending, a site visit.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, just looking at the site in your presentation, I would agree that if you're going to do pickleball court, that general location is appropriate, especially since you've limited the grading to 50 cubic yards. As Tib mentioned, pickleball is a real issue and it does make noise, and I know it firsthand. And so I have real concerns about encroaching on setbacks and just adding to that, even if it benefits the other impacts on the property. So I agree with Tip. I'd need to see the site, and I think what maybe Bill was suggesting, and which I would, is consider lowering the level of the ball court within your walls, so those walls really do become very effective. So yeah, so again, I have strong concerns, but I also understand why you're proposing this location. And I think, as Tip said, seeing the site, and then probably for me to support it, the walls need to be more effective.
Okay. Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, sounds like a site visit maybe is in order here. Although I do believe it's probably the furthest away on this location. Although I would probably still try to see if you could push it off the street as much as you can. It's kind of a challenge here because I'm also going to suggest that you try to drop it down the finished floor elevation of the court itself, drop that down, and maybe there's an acoustic material because, the high pitch frequencies of those balls hitting paddles probably have a tendency to echo in that, CMU or wall lined retaining space. So maybe some kind of acoustic panel that goes on the inside face or some uneven surface, something to help absorb that and not focus any sound out of it to the neighbors would probably be good. If you hung a carpet in the inside of those walls, it'd be a lot quieter than if it's hardscape. So maybe that acoustic fence could be used there. I don't know how durable it is or how attractive it is, so it might be a challenge, but maybe even planted on the walls, things that drape over that coat that in planting might even be anyway, those are my suggestions.
Robert, comments.
Yes, I typically don't like building into setbacks, but in this case, because it's the street where we've got cars and trucks and all that, I guess I could support that angle. It seems as though the topography is going to be tough to lower it much. I have a really hard time believing it's only 50 cubic yards of grading. I'd like to see a civil plan that shows that and what the drainage is going to be. In general, though, these are controversial. I think you have it in the right spot. So I give it my support maybe Boston ivy on the retaining walls. I don't know. If you don't do the what'd you call it?
Acoustic fence.
Acoustic fence. So I could move it forward.
If we all remember the game Pong, when something hits a wall, solid wall, it bounces back essentially at the same volume, same intensity, which is why a solid concrete block wall doesn't help. Okay? What this acoustic fence is, typically you hang it on a chain link fence, which most tennis courts have. I don't know about pickleball courts, but tennis ball. And what it is actually something that free floats a little bit. So if the sound hits it, it actually deforms and then comes back, and it absorbs about 28 dB of sound. That's the representation. I have no idea, but I'll take it at face value. So if you look at those sound study, 50 dB is about what you get in a tennis court. And it's a higher noise, but if you go from 70, which is where pickleball is, and you can take out 28, you're now at 42. So to me, that's really the only logical solution we can do, unless we bury it completely underground.
Can you put that on the side?
You can put it on a concrete wall, you can put it on a chain link fence, you could probably hang it from some oak trees. Okay, I don't know. But you can find out before we meet you again.
Certainly.
And there are other products. I don't want to say that's the only product. Please explore them all. There's another one that claims 32 dB. Okay, so, or 34, I can't remember which it was. But I think that the only way to get that done is to have some kind of something. It's probably 8 feet. It may be 10 feet. And, you know, it's not going to be invisible to noise to other people, but it's going to be pretty quiet. Now, I don't know how other members of the board will vote, but when you go through the guidelines, there's a lot of words, there's a lot of things that say privacy. And about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, I actually started looking into the word privacy. And it's not as much about visual privacy as it is about auditorial privacy. And the guidelines ask us to be careful about that. So I think you guys need to prove to me how you can significantly mitigate that noise, or I'm not going to be able to vote for it. But I wish you good luck. I did the work, at least the preliminary work, so that you'd at least have a place to start. And an acoustical engineer may be a very good choice for you. Yes, sir.
Sure. One last thing, absolutely no lighting.
No, I don't think they're permitted to have that. Yeah, the new lighting ordinance, I don't think you can have it legally.
John, I agree with the acoustical engineer. If you could give us some real data that what the sound is going to be, that would be make it a lot easier to assess rather than just guessing a tall wall will do it.
Yeah.
I know
We've done that on
they're
sound walls
working on
before.
it too. You know, I know there are engineers in town that are working on that and through Hope,
I didn't know there was one.
through Hope Ranch.
Yeah. Okay.
Matter of fact, you might reach out to the Hope Ranch Association. They've just passed ordinances regarding that whole
Specifically
issue.
pickleball court.
Yeah, so you might check with them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so where do they come, site visit? I had at least one, were there 2 that said site visit? 2, okay. Well, you know, I find out so much on a site visit, and it's, you know, it's the best part of the job.
So we have 4 people.
Yeah, I'm good with that. And then we can talk about this and that, and if you can bring a sound guy with you, acoustical engineer, that'd probably even be
And you
better.
can mark it on the ground to where the court.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, now we are
Excuse me,
at,
John, returning for further conceptual.
I think preliminary next time, and we may deny it, but I don't think they're gonna, with the possible exception of a acoustical fence, I don't see there being very many changes.
John, this is the planner. I think further conceptual would help me out as far as drafting the staff report because it'll have to go. If you guys bring it back for preliminary, you guys won't actually see it until it goes to the Montecito Planning Commission.
Okay, good. Let's follow Soren's lead. So back for concept.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Soren. Do we want to take a break? I had mentioned it earlier, or are we good to just keep going? Everybody, okay, let's keep going. Okay, item number 6, 525 Periwinkle Lane. We had a site visit today. Did everybody make it? Yeah, we all made it. Okay, let me read the comments if I may. Site visit required. Nice architecture and design compatible with existing structure and neighborhood. MBAR is concerned about the garage workshop encroachment into the rear yard setback. Restudy layout and options to reduce setback intrusion. Provide exhibit site plan which depicts the footprint of the residences on adjacent properties. Increase landscaping adjacent to east property line. Consider reducing hardscape within rear yard. Remove guest parking outside of the setback. Consider options, site walls, hedges to reduce the noise nuisance to neighbors. Chris, floor is yours.
Hi there. I think all of you were at the site this morning. So I'll just jump in and begin by saying that we have worked with our neighbor to the east, made a number of concessions, and now we have our neighbor Cotty and his wife on board with their concerns. And in terms of restudying the side and rear yard or the rear yard setback encroachment, we have looked at that, and the portion of the building that the garage now attaches to faces south. And to further move that garage west onto the south portion of the house would compromise light and air. And we feel with the large ficus hedge that is proposed for the east property line at the request of the neighbor, and the oak and double front yard restrictions on the property that, and also the many other parcels in the area that encroach into front, rear, and side yards, that it's reasonable and appropriate to maintain the small encroachment. So architecturally speaking, there's really been no significant changes since we came through here about 2 months ago, other than removing a door per the neighbor's request and raising a window to be high with a 9-foot sill for their privacy. I believe that we have made the corrections and adjustments to the parking, the uncovered parking. We removed a outdoor jacuzzi that was encroaching into the front yard. And that's it for now.
Kayla, did you have anything or no? Please.
No, I'll just note that we repositioned the pergola that was previously in the rear setback to be closer to the house. And yeah, just try to move everything so that the neighbors would be happy.
Thank you. Okay, we're on for concept today. Questions, Robert.
No questions.
Dave.
Clarify for me again why the garage and the workshop can't move to the west.
To the north.
At the west, according to the north arrow.
No, to the west.
Why they can't slide to the west so that the workshop complies with the setback?
Well, the garage connects to our day in, day out entry. We do have a front entry on the west-facing porch, which you can see on the site plan. But the day in, day out and casual friends visiting will all be through our mudroom. And so to move the garage, to pull it further west is to push the small window that we already have pretty much down to the corner, what would be the southwest corner of that mudroom. And then just considering the dimensional, volumetric forms, et cetera, of the house, to my eye, it becomes more clumsy and awkward as a piece of architecture to do that. I was hesitant to move it on as much as we did, but I think it still works. So we'd like to enjoy the light and the air and the architectural benefits and aesthetics of the garage where it is currently shown.
Anything else?
Nope.
Bill, questions, please.
And Chris, just to reiterate, I asked this at the site too, you're not asking for any variance. You're able to use variable setback for all of this?
Yes, and actually, if you want to zoom in on the site plan, all the math is there, the offset square footage.
So you're in compliance
You
with
can
what's
see it by some
allowed.
hatched areas.
You're compliant with what's allowed, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Tip, questions, please.
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Now, there was potentially one. Is there somebody that would like to address the board on this item, please?
Does anyone online like to speak on this item? Go ahead and raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. No hands.
Okay, very good. So comments, Rob Fowler has a comment, I believe. Okay. 525 Periwinkle has been very nicely executed from a hardscape landscape standpoint. And if the rest of the board concurs, should be placed back on the agenda for preliminary, possibly final approval in front of the full board. I have no issues and would approve this project as presented. Robert. Comments?
Yeah, I agree that moving, I mean, there's such a giant hedge back there. I am happy with this project. I would move it to prelim final.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I think it was very helpful to visit the site today. I appreciate the time and effort you spent to work with the neighbors to get to a place where there's a sense of agreement. And I think in that neighborhood, these conditions definitely exist, not only in your property, but it's pretty consistent for the neighborhood, including the adjacent neighbor, as far as the encroachment. And you are following the variable setback requirements. So in this specific case, I can support the proposed encroachment in the setbacks, and the architecture and everything else is very nice.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I think you've done a nice job. I think the architecture looks great. Thank you for working with the neighbors. And I think because you're following the guidelines and the allowables, I could approve it as submitted.
Yep, comments.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments and I can support it as submitted.
And I concur. So we're on for concept. There is no motion today. I think we're back to preliminary final at the full board. Yes?
Consent is fine.
Yeah.
Is everybody okay to let it go to consent? Rob's not going to be happy, but he's not here.
And Mr. Chair, I did get an email shortly before the meeting, comment letter on this.
Ooh,
Not a speaking one.
okay, so maybe it's
Let me pull that up.
very good. I thought that there might be.
Todd's email.
Okay, so Thank you to those who came to visit such and such this morning. Allow my wife and me, residents immediately next door, to speak to our last concerns about the rear yard plants. The conversations with our neighbors and the owners of the subject property, Dina, okay, have been amicable and constructive, reflective of their awareness that the west side of our very old two-story house is situated less than 6 feet from the property line with 2 bedrooms whose windows open to their property. Our 2 remaining questions, which we raised this morning, were whether the initially indicated fire pit and its 6-seat conversation area were no longer going to be a feature in the rear yard, or the rear yard couch seating area, which has been shown on earlier plans but does not appear on the current plan, is going to be placed and oriented. I hope I didn't screw that up too much. Chris Densel, the architect, asserted and confirmed his and our understanding from Dina that the fire pit area would not be installed in the rear yard, and that the couch seating area was going to be outside of the rear yard setback and oriented away from us. The landscape associate seconded both of these assertions. Again, we thank the board for the opportunity to be heard and send this letter for the record. So just, let's get it on the record. Both fire pits no longer there, yes? Is that correct? Okay, speak up, please.
Fire pit's been removed.
And the seating area is now,
It's been flipped.
so it's away from the,
It's out of the setback.
very good. Thank you so much. Just so it was on the record.
But I'm not sure, if we can dictate people on where to sit and stand.
That's right. And the wife understood that. but
So I don't think that'd be a condition of approval.
It's not. We never approve furniture layout. Thank you both very much. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Item number, anybody need to take time off? No? Well, let's keep going. Britt, let's keep it going, bro. Okay, so this is item number 7, 600 El Bosque Road. Site visit and story poles required. Provide 3D model presentation at the site visit. Review defensible space requirements with the Montecito Fire District. Okay, and we are on for both preliminary and final today. Rick?
Okay, my name is Britt Jewett. This is predominantly a first floor remodel with a second story addition. You can go to the next page. The massing is basically stepping from each of the sides. This is our conceptual fire approval from Montecito Fire. So we worked with them on the defensible space and also how they're going to stage and access the site. So next. So you can see this is the existing site plan. We're going to update some of the material in the driveway. There's going to be a small addition to the garage, but in principle, the floor plan remains. The perimeter is not changed. Keep going. So this is our proposal. You see there's a little bit of an extension to the garage, and then a second story that's located back from the turret. So we can go to the next. These are the floor plans showing existing and proposed. Keep going. Nothing has changed since our conceptual layout. This is the second floor, which we reviewed story poles on site today. Keep going. And you can see that the second floor is hipped on all sides, so it doesn't have a strong presence. You keep going.
Go ahead. It's.
Oh, well, I
kinda
don't have
noisy
a
out
new slide to talk about.
Anticipate what the next picture.
Okay, so let's see. massing. There's next is sections, then we had some 3D views. I have standard door and window details that are gonna match existing. The architecture is kind of a simplified, modern, and clean Spanish colonial, so it's deep set steel windows in plaster walls with a smooth finish. And that's what we're doing. We're matching colors, eave details, and you can go to A5. Yeah. So that's what these are. They're just reproducing existing details on the that are there. The next one I think is our yeah, the roof details and eave details, which again match existing. And then we've got a couple things that we're doing to kind of update some of the things that you see from the street and tie them better to the architecture of the house. So that will be the gates. This is my conceptual drawings, and then we digitize them with shop drawings that we've done on similar constructions. So the next sheet shows you everything in a digital format, lighting, and is downward focusing with obscure glass, and that's about it on the architectural side.
And Derek?
All right. Derek with Arcadia Studio. Yes, we're just dressing up the driveway to highlight some of these new improvements. So at one end, we have a checkerboard type alternating colored concrete. It's all framed with a Sweetwater stone band along the edge. And in the center portion, where you see that little existing oak next to the house, that's a all cobble Sweetwater field tumbled. And then up at the northern part of that parking area, you'll see a path going through a new 6-foot wall, screening that back area from the street because we don't have a gate at the street. Part of this addition necessitated a little pop out at the top for services. There used to be a walkway that went right around that corner to the pool area, but we couldn't do that anymore. So we added a new stair, a landscape stair going through an oak grove that goes up to the lawn at the top and then steps back down to the pool area. There's also a little service path that goes through the oak grove too, to the very top of the site. That's it. We have a planting plan with all natives and drought tolerant plants under the oaks.
Okay, so are you guys done then? Okay, questions, Bill?
No questions.
Robert, questions?
Yeah, David, where are the chips? No, no questions.
Dave?
No questions.
Yep.
No questions.
And I have no comment, no questions. Public comment, we are on for preliminary today. This is the big one. Anybody want to speak to the board on item number 7, 600 El Bosque Road, please?
For those joining us online, if you like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. No requests.
Okay, so comments, Stacy. Okay, because I was absent from the site visit, I have no comments to add to this 2-story addition and how that might affect the neighboring property, but the rest of the project scope and locations is good. I assume is what she meant to say there.
Great.
You're a migrator.
Yeah. And does Rob have anything?
No.
Not this one. Okay, comments on for preliminary final, Bill.
I would be happy to give this preliminary and final approval.
Robert.
I concur.
Dave.
Yeah, it was very helpful to visit the site today, and I can support the project for preliminary approval now and final on consent. Is that what we need?
It's on for five.
preliminary and final.
Oh, then
Is
perfect. I
ready.
can support.
Details and everything.
Okay, so transparent, translucent, opaque. Okay, so what do you want on that glass?
We're gonna do a translucent glass.
Translucent, it says opaque. Okay, so is there a motion for preliminary and final, please?
I'll make a motion to grant preliminary and final approval for 600 El Bosque Road. as
Preliminary and
submitted.
final,
Yeah, I said that. Preliminary and final approval
as submitted.
as submitted.
Is
I'll
there
second that.
any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Brett. Great. Thank you, Derek. Okay, so now we have two projects at the end of Coles Road. As we know, they're same owner, I think. At least they were at one point. Okay, so item number 8, there's a public comment letter. We're on for preliminary only. Consider relocating guest parking to avoid light from cars being shown onto neighboring lots. Consider reducing height of tall chimney as depicted on the east elevation. MBAR members are concerned with the amount of grading and number of trips proposed related to export. Find ways to balance grading on site. Consider reducing living room plate height. Architectural style is nice and well executed. Understory landscape planting is lacking structure. Consider unifying the architectural style of the dwelling to better match with the front elevation. Consider reducing the amount of trees proposed on site, especially fruit trees. Include a 3D model as part of the next review. Consider integrating the existing perimeter landscape into the landscape plan. And we have no memo for this.
We did receive one.
We do have one? Okay, can you pull it up? Is that it?
Yeah.
Based on the calculations and detailed elevations plans submitted by the applicant team, planning and development supports the agent's determination that the proposed alterations to the dining pavilion does not constitute a story. With the removal of the dishwasher and cabinets from the wine and spirit storage area, this addition is compliant with all zoning policy. Planning and development has spoken with the agent and they have agreed with this change. A redesign with these changes is being resubmitted. With MBAR's exemption of the main dwelling from the hillside ridgeline guidelines for portions of the structure that exceed the maximum height limit and approval by the MBAR of architectural elements that exceed the height limit, all proposed structures are compliant with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, the Comprehensive Plan, and the Montecito Community Plan. So Kathleen, are you with us? Kathleen? Okay. Kimberly,
Yes.
can I take from that memo that we need to review and make specific findings to exempt them from portions for the height, that we need to actually take action on that?
Yes, the Board of
Okay.
Architectural Review makes an exception to the height limitations of the Ridgeline Hillside overlay.
Okay, excellent. Shelby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Shelby Jenke from SEPS.
Andrew Petrovsky from Michael G. Ember Architects.
Great, and we have many members of our project team on the Zoom as well. Additional architecture team, Michael Imber. We have our landscape architects, lighting, And our historian is on as well. And we have a few members of our team, Mike Goins, civil engineer and contractor, here with us in person. We're here today requesting preliminary approval. We're excited to be back in front of you and show you the updates we've made to the project since your last review in October and how we've refined the design to respond to your comments. I wanted to just note, and Andrew will go into further detail on this, that in terms of the grading quantities, the export has been cut by nearly half. So we have greatly reduced the grading quantities. And in terms of this project, when we get to permitting, there will be a demolition permit and a haul permit if necessary, which those permits will, dictate typical hours of construction, dust control measures, et cetera, to, protect the site and the neighbors and Coles Road. Also, there will be an erosion control plan along with demolition. And since the site is over an acre in size, there will be a stormwater prevention plan, which will require monitoring during construction and demolition. We also did provide to David some responses to comments from Mr. Chair that we got yesterday in terms of the lighting, and we provided some additional cut sheets and photometrics as requested. Happy to present those. And the LUP at this point, working with our planner, and you did see her memo that we are complete. And so we're happy to be here for preliminary approval today. And I'm going to pass it off to you, Andrew.
All right. David, are the files loading okay? Ish?
I had great deal, yeah. Yeah, was not a happy experience about just loading the drawings.
Sorry to hear that. We'll do our best to compress it and test it out next time.
Or split them up or something. So I hope this doesn't crash.
Okay.
Because it crashed on me multiple times yesterday or Tuesday.
If it's any help, I can try to address the comments as they go in the order of this as best I can. And I know it's been a long hearing, so I will try to stick to addressing the comments. If you go down a couple more sheets to R10F, please. Just a couple more. Okay, if we start with the model, I think this will help orient everybody. This was a request from the previous hearing to develop a site-wide model. There's 3 views that we've provided. The first view is the northwest view, which is looking from the north. You're hovering over the existing historical reservoir, looking south and east. And so we'll see just above the reservoir, there's a set of pergolas that step up the hill. And then there is a entry auto court just beyond that, garage wing just beyond that. And then to the left of that on the page is our main house that's centered around the courtyard. Just below that, the middle view is taken from the southwest, looking towards the northeast. And you can, if you keep your eye on the reservoir there, you can kind of orient yourself as we zip around. The buildings that are closer to you in this image are the guest house tower in kind of the lower left quadrant. And you can see how that forms an entry point to the auto court that's shaped by the garage. And then the bottom image is from the pool area looking back towards the west. So this is hovering over the easternmost portion of the site, looking back towards the rest of the property. You have the trio of pool structures in the foreground there. Working your way from the foreground and going counterclockwise, it's a dining pavilion, and then we have a pool cabana beyond that, and then an outdoor, uncovered, unconditioned pool grotto lounge space left. So those are the models that we procured as a part of last hearing's comments. If we could keep going to the site plan, please, which should be, I believe, at the start of the next file.
the ARC2 file.
Great, thank you. If you pan down slightly, once it gets itself in line. Okay, the guest parking that was talked about, as a note here, was on the southwest corner of the property, sort of where the two interior driveways intersect there. We had a pretty sizable parking area that was located over there, and we've since adjusted that to be more of a turnout or parallel parking style, more casual and nestled into the landscape. We also oriented it so that you don't get headlights beaming directly perpendicular to the property line and therefore into, neighbors' yards and things like that. So we've greatly reduced that. We've also kept the parking outside of the setback entirely for that as well. All right, and then I'm going to jump to number 3 real quick, which you don't really need to pan off the site plan for. This is perfect to reference. The agenda did not have the updated export number for the civil grading quantities. We left the last hearing, we revisited where we could fill across the site, and we did distribute as much as we could, as evenly as we could, in order to honor the existing grade and, not make just a giant plinth at the top of the hill for this building. The main areas where we did that are the garage wing, the 2 courts, the one on the north side of it and the one on the south side of it, the tree grove to the west of that point, a little bit at the pool area, but you'll see we're pretty hemmed in by the property lines, the historical features, existing site walls, and the list goes on. So we did the best we could. We reduced the export by more than 50%. And there's a chance that we can reduce more, as we didn't account for backfilling existing caisson holes and retaining wall foundations. So there's a chance to go down a couple extra 100 cubic yards. Per our geotech report, using the existing clay soil as fill is to be minimized. And so we did not lift up the entire house and account for that underneath the house, as it's not suggested we do so by the geotech report. And we also don't want the house growing to higher heights than we previously had planned. All right, now if we could go over to the elevation sheets, which are, that's the site sections. If we could keep going, please. I know it's not you, it's the computer. Thank you. Okay, comment number 2, consider reducing the height of the tall chimney. If you look at the top image, our dining room, which is that white plaster volume with the 3 openings on it and the little crenellated looking top, there was a chimney there that was 11'8", and now it's 5'2" above the top of the dining parapet. So we've taken that down considerably. Comment number 4, consider reducing living room plate height. If you look at that same image, inside the actual envelope of the building, there's a truss structure, which we ran by the structural engineer, and we weren't able to really get much tighter on that with the floor plates and the truss structure. So what we did instead was we lowered the slope of the roof there in order to make it not as tall as it was last time you saw it. So the height over there was reduced about 7 inches in total. If you go to consider unifying the architectural style of the dwelling to better match the front elevation. So we did take a good hard look at this comment and ran it through the design intent that we're trying to cast on this property up at the top of the hill. And, you know, our overlying story, without getting too far off track here, as you know, we've been here several times, is we're trying to tell a story of a building that was created through layers over time. That's a part of the reason we have different materials for different wings and different components of the home. That being said, we did try to rationalize certain areas of it a little bit more. For example, the primary wing, which is on the next sheet on the south elevation, we carried some more stone through on that wing, for example, and there's a couple other places on the project where we really considered the exact constraints or extents rather of the plaster versus the stone. All right, if we could go, do you still have the site plan one open or did you close out of that?
I think the site plan's the first sheet of the ARC2 set.
I wanted to take a second and explain some changes because there have been just a handful since we all talked about this in October. One of them being there are, of course, noise concerns for this project being at the top of the hill, specifically around equipment. One of the things we did to reduce that was take a reservoir pump equipment yard that was located north of the reservoir. We took all that equipment and we tucked it inside existing basement space that we had planned for. So that was sand filters, water pumps, electrical equipment that all got absorbed inside the house. So now there's no equipment on the property north of the pool equipment yard, which is off on the east side of the plan here. We also have accommodated and worked through with the neighbors a fire department required turnout, which is on the north end of the property. You can see it directly north of the reservoir there along the property line. This we walked the property with the 611 and 609 owners to help settle on that location, brought it in front of the fire department, got their sign off, et cetera. That did result in the loss of one oak, and we're mitigating that with plantings along the eastern property line, which you'll see when we get into the landscape plans. Just to address a neighbor letter too with the noise concerns on the southern property line with the generator. We know generators are something that we all try to be very careful about here with their noise requirements and the noise that they produce when they're cycling and all of that. The generator is double the distance from the property line as the setback. Setback's 20 feet. We've located the generator at 40 feet. The sound at the property line gets below that 65. I believe it gets around 60 decibels. The 2069 Eucalyptus Hill residence, which is directly south of the generator, the north wall of that home's another 200 feet. And so when you do the attenuation calcs to get to that house, you're under 45 decibels, which is equivalent to a soft conversation like the one we're having right now. If we could go to the landscape plans, please. Which
The first one should have the site plan, the overall. The second one is the individual.
Thank you. Okay, to run through the landscape items from these comments here. Number 6, understory landscape planting is lacking structure. Our landscape team completely revisited the understory design. You'll see that there's much tighter groupings and much more organized groupings of understory compared to the last landscape plan that was proposed. For item number 8, consider reducing the amount of trees proposed on the site, especially fruit trees. We also reduced the amount of fruit trees by 50% on the property. And we have the landscape architects online to answer any further questions. Number 10, which is the last comment, I believe, that I haven't addressed, which is addressing the perimeter planting and integrating the existing perimeter planting into the landscape plan. We did a really thorough site walk with the whole team and identified the condition of the existing perimeter planting, which property it falls on as you go around the property. And we have retained as much as we can and shown that in our landscape plan. The only place that it's not shown as sticking around is where it's dead. We will be thinning the new planning in order to allow thinning some of the existing planting in order to allow the other planting to survive and thrive on the site. So we don't want to compete against any of the existing versus new. So our landscape architects gave a very careful look to that. And I believe I touched on everything that I needed to, and Shelby also touched on what we needed to. We can talk through the dining pavilion if need be. I don't believe we're asking for a height exemption, if it's worth clarifying that.
There are the specific height exemptions that the MBAR is able to grant.
Oh, I see. Okay, great. All right. If not, I can address it in questions if need be. So that's the presentation. Look forward to hearing your comments and questions. Thank you.
Questions, Bill?
Yeah, I couldn't remember. I missed the last meeting, I think, but did we do a story pole visit out there? I
Yes.
remember doing a site visit, but then did we do a story pole visit after that? Or was that when we were doing that at the same time?
We did do a story pulled site visit. I believe it was all at the same time.
Just once, okay. And then so the allowable height is what, and what are you proposing? How far off are we from what is allowable, I guess? And how many places does that occur?
So yeah, if we can pull up at the start
model,
of the
maybe this
set
model.
here on AS 1.2, which is a couple sheets down.
And if you want to go up and point at stuff, you could do it that way too, if the model is easy.
Should be a few sheets down when it lets you scroll.
What sheet do you want? You want the elevations there to see that?
We have them on the roof plan, which is helpful to look
Yeah,
at.
the AS 1.2 is probably the most helpful sheet.
The roof plan?
It's the site roof plan, AS 1.2. We're getting there.
Can you identify it on the elevations? That might be a little easier for us. You could go up
Sure.
with a
Yeah,
mic.
we'd be happy to.
Go over
Have
the
them tied in
microphone,
in
you
both
could point.
places.
That's no problem.
That'd be the
So that should be the ARC2 set, yes. And it's a little ways down in the set. Oh, there's your AS 1.2.
Want to go up and point to it?
Yes.
Computer's working itself there, Dave.
Oh, I believe it's the other.
Is the tower part of it?
Do you want to look at the roof plan, Andrew, or the elevations?
Go up one, I think we can just start with the, yeah, yes. If we start here, then we can jump to the.
All right, yeah, that's fine. I can kind of figure it out from there. Yeah.
The areas where we're getting close to the height limit, which is 28 feet above existing or proposed, I believe, are this northern ridge here, because this is a relatively short part of the structure here. If you're standing in the central courtyard, this is being down. So that's why we're getting close to the height limit at the entry to the basement here. That's for the basement daylights. We're also getting close to the limit at this tower here. In previous iterations of the project, there were serious concerns about the height of a tower being around this zone. And so we've tucked that farther north into the project site here.
When you say getting close, do you mean you're over the 28 or you're?
We're at 27, I believe, at the ridge here, which is this call out above proposed.
Maybe just show me the areas where you're over the 28.
I don't believe there's any areas we're over.
Oh, so I guess I'm confused. Aren't we talking about reviewing height and making exceptions? for that?
It's that we're allowed up to 28 based on the roof pitch, the 4 and 12 roof pitch.
Uh-huh.
And maybe we should look at the elevations just because it does call out where we're at those levels that we went up to 28.
So you're not actually extending beyond the 28.
No, we're not going above the 28.
All right.
So the top of the ridge on the tower, we're at 33 above existing grade. So I believe that is the one spot. Right here.
It's 33. But it looks like then everything else is probably below that.
Correct. And that's inboard of the building to get that height.
And then my second question is, in your area where you've got your hammerhead turnaround for the fire department there, you've got a lot of paving. Do you need all that paving? And that's in that second area. That's the main entry drive in. Is there a reason why it needs to be more than what the fire department is? Do you have guest parking in there too and that kind of thing? You go to the site plan, David, maybe go to the landscape plan. That's probably the best. There you go, that one. The bottom where you've got the 3 cars parked in the garage there, that area is where your hammerhead is, but you've got to the right, you've got a lot of extra paving in there. Is that, and it looks like there's paving there too, right where the arrow is that David has. Is that paving too?
Yeah, so you can see on the hammerhead on the southern part, we have planted in the crooks of that hammerhead a little bit. There's potentially room to put some more planting, but I think it's just a result of that hammerhead being skewed that we end up with a lot of pavement there.
All right. That was all I had.
Do you mind if I just, go back to the height question? Just, I want to clarify the exemption that's being requested. So there's the 28-foot height limit based on the roof pitch where Andrew illustrated where we're meeting that, where he showed that we're over. That's the exemption that we're asking for, which is for architectural features that are less than 10% of the roof area.
So the tower.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that that was the exemption.
Over 28, got it. All right, thank you, that's all.
You're done. Yes. Tip, questions, please. Dave, questions, please.
What was the grading prior to the meeting and what is it now?
So the previous, lost my one sheet with the magic numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. Previously, the grading, sorry, I had it just in front of me. 5,025 cubic yards of cut and approximately 858 cubic yards of fill. Where we are at now is 6,023 cubic yards of cut and 4,099 cubic yards of fill. So our total of 1,924 cubic yards of export.
That's less than last time.
It's an over 50% reduction.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that it? Robert, questions, please?
No questions.
On architectural set number 2, PDF number 4, please. What? Yeah, it took me hours. What's going on in that upper left-hand corner? Is that the unit or is that the enclosure around a unit? Please.
So this generator, in order to get the sound attenuation and requirements met and actually exceeded, we have to go the custom enclosure route. So if you look at the drawing in the upper middle, actual generators inside, sorry, the top one.
Up and then to the right, please. Okay, so it's sitting inside of some kind of an enclosure, yes?
Correct.
How high is that enclosure wall and what is that wall made out of, please? Particularly on the south side.
Good question. We have elevations that show that. Apologies, tracking it down here. So if you go to, not sure how much of a pain it'll be to jump to the elevation pages again, but it's A307.
You know what PDF page that would be?
I think it's around the
Yeah, which
20s.
set? Number
In the ARC 2 set, it should be. It's going to be later in this set.
So how high is that? It's 10 feet. 10 feet.
Might be a sheet up from this, David.
Okay.
So the other way,
One
sorry.
of the questions
Or
would
the other
be-
way.
One of the questions would be, can you raise that 11-foot wall? Or is there ventilation problems by doing that, please?
I think that that's something that we could explore with the vendor.
Okay. You have a case on foundation system, yes?
Correct.
And are you clear spanning on the slab like a parking garage where it's probably 5 or 5.5 inches deep with a lot of rebar? Or is it a grade beam kind of situation So you're not expecting the floor to be able to be free, withstand the span between the grade beams. Is that correct, Mike?
In most places, we have a caisson with grade beam system, and then we're doing structural slabs between those.
So you are structurally slabbing between them.
Yes.
And then, so you could put you could raise the darn thing and keep filling up. You don't care about the compaction of the earth. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, we have cardboard carton forms that isolate this expansive soil from the bottom of the slab to give it some space to expand into without putting pressure on the floor.
Okay, but where I'm going with that is, if the house is here, you could raise it another foot. I know that there are many complications with that. You could raise it a foot and get rid of more of the export. It's physically possible to do that with your house. Is that correct?
Are you suggesting raising the basement floor?
I'm suggesting raising whatever's next to the earth so you can slip some more of that
Trying to
stuff in
find a-
there.
Trying to find a home for the export.
Yeah.
I'm asking a question.
As a thought exercise, yes, and that's why we applied that strategy to a major wing of the house. For the wings of the house that we did not apply it to, you would have to start scrunching the elevations
Because
the height limits are to existing or proposed grade.
Okay, that's all I have. Any further questions before we go to public comment?
Is it it's a backup generator, not a, like, run the constantly kind of a generator, right?
It is a backup
Emergency backup, yeah, okay.
Okay, so we have at least one public comment letter. Okay. The plans that I have seen call for an extensive underground structure and pool, and then another outside pool at the corner of the property. Are two pools allowed by the planning department, planning ordinance? The outside pool and structures appear to be very close to the property line and on the sloping area of the hill that is, and that is concerning. The construction in that area will affect two of our parcels. So I don't know, she says she has three parcels. So the projected volume of soil removal and then replacement is overwhelming, and it will impact the immediate community with all of the truck activity and noise. Is there a way the soil they dug up can be used on the property? Coles Road and all residences on that road will be severely impacted. How is the owner and contractor going to manage the use of this narrow road? The demo of the existing foundation at 605 will be loud and extremely disruptive to the surrounding homes. I know there are working hours in Montecito for building, but with a demo project that is large, this large, is there a way to limit the hours even more? I am very concerned about the movement of the soil on that property. My family owns three parcels that are adjacent to this parcel. And with the last owner's building project, our gardeners and my family experienced severe allergies and illnesses from all of the dirt being moved around. What will the current owners and contractors do to mitigate the dust and debris from coming from the construction site? We have also had rain and dirt runoff from the top of the hill during the rainy season. What is the plan to avoid that being a problem again during construction? The architects have described a generator for the home that's very close to our northern property line, and I would like to know if it has been relocated or moved farther away from the property line. You sat back down in the audience. Mike, please. Do you really think you're not going to be here today? Talk to us about stormwater, please.
We're subject to Tier 4 stormwater management plan in the county. And because we're over an acre of disturbance, even though it was previously disturbed, we have to do a stormwater pollution prevention plan and get a permit from the state. We've got preliminary clearance from flood control now, reviews Tier 4 projects. And we have 3 cisterns on site. And we have a complete erosion control plan. It's already in the package. We had to construct a erosion control plan on the previous project. I was there during construction, doing a lot of the inspections, and I never heard anybody voice a complaint about sediment going off-site. So that's news to me, and we'll certainly not let that happen. What else would you like to comment on?
Tier 4, there's a lot in there. Okay, any other questions before we get going to public comment, please?
Did you consider using batteries to store electric power in lieu of a generator?
We did, and you'll see that on the next agenda item. It was better suited, the scale of it was better suited to a smaller project, and therefore we didn't use it on this scale, on this property because of the scale. We would need,
So the generators are required due to the scale of this larger project, is what you're saying?
yes, and particularly if we used battery systems, it would take up much more of the land area and much more of the site than the generator does.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, one more, please.
Mike, I'm sure you've worked in this for a long time. Is there any other place that the extra 2,000 cubic yards plus or so that you have to export can go on this site? I mean, it's a pretty open plain up there, isn't it? Or is there trees that you're trying to
Well, from
keep away
the,
from?
the south side of the existing reservoir north, and from that westerly property line all the way to the east property line is really not available for doing any fill because it's basically an oak grove there now. You've seen it.
Yeah.
And on the east side, we've really got short of putting in retaining walls that would seem unnatural, we've got to meet the grades around there. So there's a limit on how much fill we wanted to do over there. Plus, we do have a rear access for the fire department. And if you look along the south property line, you can see that the trail, if you will, is pretty close to the property line. There's already a bank there. We have done some terracing with stone walls, so there's really not any space there to add. So that really left this sort of the westerly quarter is what, and we did have some cut there before, which that generates truck trips. So first we got rid of that, and then we just started putting as much soil in there as we felt restricted by the geologist report that said, don't use this. It's bad soil.
Soil,
very expansive. Don't use it on site. And so we spread it out as much as we could. We looked at John's math. We thought, oh yeah, okay, 9 inches over 4 acres, yeah, we should be able to. But the fact is, once we started filling more than that, it really started looking contrived. And I think this is where we thought it was, you don't want to come into the site and go back down to the house type of thing. So there was limits of what we could do there. So I don't really see any other place we could fill. Most of the soil is generated not outside the building anyway. We're not doing a recontouring of the whole land type thing, so.
Now, what about the adjacent property, even though it's the same owner, but is there any way that it could be used over there either? It's bad soil. I mean, that's plain and simple, so.
It's 607.
Yeah.
Well, we have a balance condition there. We're proud of that.
You got it balanced over there, yeah.
So, and likewise on that project that we're going to talk about, you'll see that there's a lot of trees on that site already, and the very center of the site's got this huge tree on it. So there's really limitations what we could do over there.
Right. Okay, thanks.
I actually wanted to ask one more question. The lighting plan, you submitted a photometric. I think I understood it as 0.2 was the high number. Is that right, please? Or did I misread that?
It should be the other. That's the cut sheet. And then the photometric is the other one. And lighting should be on.
Is there somebody from the lighting that is here?
Yes, we're here.
So did I read those numbers incorrectly? 0.2? It seemed very low.
So if you zoom into one of the areas where there's a cluster of trees,
right?
You can see the photometric curve, and the magenta line is showing 2 foot candles, and the blue line is showing 1 foot candle, and the lighter blue is showing 0.1. So it's around 1 to 2 foot candles, and it tapers down.
Okay, very good. Anybody got a question on this?
Yeah, I'm curious about the reservoir. Now, is that historic? You have to keep this as it is?
Yes, the reservoir is historic. We do have post Hazelton.
You have to rebuild it?
I think we're.
The existing reservoir?
The
Yeah.
previous,
It's up on top, David.
the previous project that was under construction turned it into a bocce court and
Sure.
put some stormwater infrastructure in there,
Yeah.
keeping the infrastructure, but we're trying to ditch the bocce court and restore it into a water feature.
So it will be water?
Yes.
Okay, so you couldn't get rid of some of that export there?
The last project utilized that strategy.
Okay.
And we don't have that luxury. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is there just in case, is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 7, 600, excuse me, item number 8, 605 Coles Road, please? Anybody else? Please, come on up.
Do you have an extra letter?
Oh,
Submitted my comments.
please identify yourself.
Paul Larson, 609 Coles Road.
Very good, thank you.
I submitted my comments by email.
Would you like me to read those or do you want to?
Yes, although what you need to do, or I can read them very quickly because there's a correction because they reduced the export.
Okay,
The estimated cut field calculation results in an export of offsite of now it's 1924.
right.
Okay? Cubic yards of soil. Based on usage of a 10 cubic yard end dump truck, this will result in 192 fully loaded truck trips offsite and another 192 return empty truck trips on Coles Road, resulting in obvious wear upon the asphalt road surface and an extended period of time during which the residents of Coles Road will be subjected to the potential inconveniences of heavy truck traffic upon a relatively narrow residential roadway. This, in addition to the dump truck trips that will be required to remove the existing massive concrete foundation. Hundreds of cubic yards of concrete that must be demolished, loaded, and hauled off-site. The volume of the existing foundation from the former owners, the Felders, would be documented within the county's records. But my visual estimate places it at minimum in the hundreds of cubic yards of poured concrete. A normal dump truck's weight limit would likely restrict each dump truck run to 5 cubic yards of concrete, resulting in multiple dozens more loaded truck trips off-site and an equal number of return trips upon Coles Road.
And do you have a thank you for the math. Do you have a conclusion?
I realized that they're building another structure of a different footprint involves a different foundation. It's very unfortunate, I think, overall, that the current owners have decided to ignore a green building code of ethics and not use the existing foundation. There was the Felder's house was half built. It was completely framed and it was roofed and it was demolished, hauled off site. And now the foundation remains. So I realized that the new owners want a different, residence, but it affects the residents, not just me directly to the east, but all the residents with the noise and the traffic, the dust, all the noise. I mean, especially the noise, the beep, 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 beep for months at a time. Anyway, that's my observation. And I also have something about the 607.
Okay, we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, just to make sure, is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 8, 605 Coles Road?
We do have one hand up.
Okay,
Brad Clark.
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, thank you.
Hi, yeah, my name is Brad Clark. I'm an architect. And John Frank is a homeowner to the south east of the proposed project. And he asked me to comment on his behalf. And he's really looking for assurances that he will have visual and noise privacy and that will be maintained, between the properties. So I heard the talk about the generator, the water pumps. I didn't quite catch what was going on with the pool equipment. And I was wondering, with regard to the pool area, if when they're filling in the property, has that pad been raised? I remember that there were story poles in that area. And I was wondering if the heights of any of those buildings have changed since the last presentation. I think based on the story poles, it seemed like there was a good visual separation. But I was just wondering if anything had changed in that area. And then the second item is really noise. And there's a little bit of concern about that concrete foundation being pulled out. And then I believe they're planning to crush that concrete on site and use it as road base. And I know that I think that's over 100 decibels when that stuff happens. I did hear from Steve Fort and indirectly from the contractor that they were planning to use some measures to minimize that noise, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew, did anything change? Any height changes?
I don't believe we raised the pool area further because we were up against height limits there. But I can double check and sidebar with you, Brad, if anything did indeed change.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to address the board? Item number 8, 605 Coles Road.
If you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. No additional hands.
Okay, so I'm closed public comment. Members of the board, we're on for preliminary. Let's get Rob Fowler's comments first, if he has any. I don't think he does. And Stacy. Okay, 605, which is where we are. It appears that they have brought the net export down by about a third, which is a positive movement in terms of the construction logistics for the site. I still appreciate the architectural design. What I have observed is a huge improvement in the development of the landscape plans and the plans to use stored water from the reservoir cistern for the irrigation of the site. The planting has evolved, and I think it is appropriate with the context of the site and the structures. I would suggest being cautious in terms of fire abatement and suggest that you run the plans through the fire department at this level for their comments. Fire zones should be added to the planting plans along with the required notations. There's a number of trees being planted much closer to the new buildings than fire would likely approve. But because of the high valuation of the property, it may be worth it to add a fire retardant sprinkler system to the landscape plan to mitigate the risks. A number of properties on the upper hillsides of Montecito now have these systems. Please reduce the size of the files in the future. They took too long to download. If voting, I would grant preliminary approval today. Okay, and Rob, no. Okay. Comments, Bill.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate your efforts doing what you've done so far. I'm fine with the height of the tower being treated like an architectural element. I think it feels proportionate. I like the style of the architecture. I think it's attractive and whimsical in a lot of ways. So I don't have any issue with that. I would definitely require that all the equipment generators, pool pumps, anything that's going to generate sound, that it be screened visually and from the neighbors for sound as well as to the fullest extent, We know we have the standards for what decibel ratings are allowed, but I would ask you to maybe even go beyond if you can. Distance is obviously going to help that, and I think you've shown that you've tried to do that and made that work. The only other thing that I think that I would like to recommend is wherever possible, try to eliminate any hardscapes that you have, the motor court there. You've got various materials happening, and it just looks like maybe you could reduce some of that. Paving a little bit if you don't need it, then maybe it's better to have a little more planted and less hardscape. I appreciate, Mike, your efforts in trying to, do what you can for the soil. I mean, I think, you got bad soil, you got to get rid of it. Unfortunately, what do you do, even if you tried to use existing footings, there's no guarantee that those would support the loads with the new codes and everything else. So by the time you were done trying to reutilize existing footings, it may not have been of benefit anyway. I don't know. It's hard to say. We didn't analyze that. I appreciate what you can do, whatever else you can do to continue that effort, to not have so many truck trips, or maybe come up with some creative ways to figure out how to, if it's grinding the concrete up to reuse it, certainly hours that it happens, that it's not happening, in the early mornings for 20 consecutive days or something. I don't know. I mean, I think I could grant this preliminary approval based on those comments. And I appreciate your efforts, so thanks.
Comments, Tip?
I'm just really concerned about the amount of export, and that's probably one of my biggest concerns. And the number of the export, the trucks, and the damage on to the road system. And at the end of the day, I think we have to pay for it. The locals or whoever paying for all of that, not the owner of his property. And that really concerned me about how many truckload of export and concrete and everything. And it's such a waste of resources to take care of the half-built home and everything. So that's really a big issue for me. And then the noise, the generator, and I'm just looking at the generator, and if I look at it correctly, the muffler is sitting on top, right? That's on the drawings.
I'd have to double check.
Yeah, based on what I saw on screen, and that's pretty much the noisiest part. And it's completely exposed. And that's a very big generator. And so I think the noise be an issue for the neighbors. And I'm not in support of, the modification for the height for the tower. I'm not. Actually, I think I'm to vote against the project for the approval, just because of the damage, the size, and I think it's just too big. It was the site, it got stuck right in the middle, and you had to come down to 192 freeway and make your way down to 101 either way, and it's just going to be a mess. I'm not sure how long it will be, and I'm just concerned with the damage to the local road system.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I think you've addressed our concerns for the most part. You've significantly reduced the amount of export. I still have strong concerns about that, but I think you've demonstrated that you're doing the best you can with that poor soil. I would still encourage you to find a way to use electric batteries for backup generators. It totally gets rid of the issues of the sound. You have such a large site, you have so many things going on. It's hard for me to understand why you can't utilize that system. So I would ask you to look into that. But other than that, I can support the project for preliminary approval.
Robert, comments, please.
This is probably the most prestigious site left in Montecito, and it's an aggressive design, but it's appropriate for the size of the lot. And, you know, it's these consequences of building something like this are sort of unavoidable. I don't have a solution for it, but you know, it's gonna happen. So I'm gonna have to come to terms with it. So I support the project.
I'm also concerned about the grading. I think that there's an area on the east side of the property. So I remember we walked down the main part and then down a fairly important hill. And it's, why don't you connect the two a little by raising that? If there's some retaining walls, okay, it's probably going to be cheaper to build the retaining walls than to haul the stuff off and absorb a lot of that grading. So, anyway, and then as many people know, I live next to Westmont, and as it turns out, it's not my property, but the one directly next to me, which is sitting next to their generator. And you know what? I can be outside with my eyes closed and know when the power goes off, because that thing is really loud. And I think that there are ways, maybe it's a 12, 15, 16, 18-foot high, 12-inch solid filled with it pointing out to the north, the sound, so it's completely enclosed. You can make it into some little fun thing if you want. You've got that yoga studio somewhere, and just make sure that that sound doesn't come onto anyone else's property. If you want that generator, then you guys should take 100% of that. So I'm conflicted about the grading, and I want to ask whether or not, one last time, now, Mike, there may be other places, but it just seems like it's pretty easy over by that east area to raise that up. Is that something that you would consider? It sounds like you have the votes, but is that something you would consider, or is that water under the bridge at this point?
I would like to ask Brad Clark if he's still on the line, if his client would like to see retaining walls as a trade-off.
No, I don't think he would like to. I think he'd like to see landscape screening, and I don't think he would like to see the pool area raised up, because that's pretty much looking down towards his property.
Okay,
Thanks.
yes, please.
That east side I know has a great view up, or I'm sorry, down the coast towards Summerland. And I understand why you want to protect that.
I'm only going to make that better
Do you think it would?
by getting higher.
Doesn't block the.
It would start blocking the view from the main house.
Okay, that's all.
30 seconds, no more than 30 seconds, okay? We got to take a vote one way or the other.
The obvious solution for this, if you look at the numbers here, 4,685 square feet of underground basement. There's your answer.
Okay, thank you for being so concise. Any comments, Andrew? Not having to dig as much?
We'll continue to do what we can and take another look at the site comprehensive. But it's going to take nuance instead of a broad brush.
Okay, so members of the board, they're not on for final tonight. So they're gonna, and I don't think there's a chance on earth that we should do this at consent.
No, no.
On for final. So you guys are coming back. Right? No matter what. Could we ask them to study the generator noise and the grading, come back next time preliminary final, and we see what happens? Okay? With the, trying to figure out how to get the grading down.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, because as the county had a regulation about contain the runoff, the water, so you don't damage, flood the street and things like that. I think it's very important for the project we scale to be as self-contained as possible instead of exporting that much soil. And it's a huge site. It's not like the site very small, and I think that you can, a succession, maybe raise things just a little bit. You can spread them out. I think you can really help that and make the project less expensive to, I think, and or whatever you do. But it's just really a big concern for me.
I think the last comment was well taken. What is the use of the basement? Almost 5,000 square foot basement.
There's quite a few different uses. There's an underground pool area. There's a theater. There's a lot of mechanical to support the home,
Okay.
et cetera.
Okay, so let's not, Andrew and Shelby and Mike, have you heard the concerns of the board?
We have, and I think
And we'll bring you back for preliminary and final. You were gonna have to do that anyway. And hopefully you can reduce it even more. Is that right? Is that good? Or do you want us to vote one way or the other and we'll have to figure out what to do? Yeah,
yeah, I think we'd like to understand who would support the project today for preliminary.
Dave, Bill, and Robert have said that they would support it. Is that, am I correct in that?
Yeah, and
Stacy.
Well, Stacy's not here. She doesn't get to vote.
but next time around.
So you have three. I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I like the project. There's some folly there, who said it was the most, Robert said it's a remarkable piece of property, so.
I just feel that if you can, it's a nice project and we are here to help you building it. We're not trying to stop you, but we just think that if you can really find a way to cut back on the export, that would be, for the community, for the neighbors, for everyone. I think that'd be a good move. Of course, you probably have the vote, you can do it, but I think that will cause you a lot of problems down the line with the construction and everything.
Okay, so I gave an idea. They got to come back. How many people like that idea? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think the board would like you to come back. We're not, and try to figure out, and if you can't do it, then you just say, members of the board, we can't do it. But let's give you one more shot.
Is there any way in good faith we could hold a vote and, promise to address all of the concerns at a final hearing? Or is there any disadvantage for the public and on your side that you would see to that?
I mean, I think overall it's a great project, as we said, the design, the architecture and everything. But it's such a big project. I think we had to do it right. And that's really, I think that if you address that issue, I'm no doubt that you can get approval from, I know you did put a lot of work into it, and yeah, it is a well thought out project, except that issue.
And the
I
noise.
could interject. Granting preliminary today begins the 10-day appeal period. The neighbors would have to appeal within the 10-day time frame. And if they don't, even if the revised project that comes for final addresses those concerns, they would have lost their opportunity. So you increase your risk for appeal
By doing what?
by granting preliminary today. Granting
Sorry.
preliminary begins the 10-day.
How's our agenda
timeframe.
looking for next meeting? Can you guys get back in 2 weeks?
Yes,
So you've lost nothing.
I see Kimberly's point. Yeah. Yeah, we understand. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so I will move,
The neighbor should know too that you can appeal, certainly.
but not until we vote. So, and when we do, you have 10 calendar days, not working days, calendar days to appeal it. Okay, but that's not going to happen tonight. Okay, because, so please, okay, so I will move for a continuance with the applicant to study ways to reduce the grading, export, and to address the sound generated from the generator, or the sound generated from the generator. Whatever, you know what I mean. Is there a second? Any further
Second
comment? Okay, any further comments?
So that's to the hearing of August 7th.
Next one, Viva La Fiesta.
Agendized for prelim final full board.
Yes, that's right, all the way. And so
Thank you.
all the details, colors, light fixtures, the whole 9 yards. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay. So we'll see you in 2 weeks. Good luck with that. Item number 9. What?
We're going to see him right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Item number. Okay. Yeah, Kimberly, tip is out.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. It's nice seeing you, Tip. Okay, we are on for final this time. Okay? There are 2 public comments and the comment, this is the project just next northwest corner of this last one. Consider incorporating stone into the garage portion of the structure to help it feel more grounded. Ensure that you use dark sky compliant light fixtures. Study the WELO calculations to utilize the optimum water use classification of landscape species plant factor. Study the 2 different roof pitches on the garage structure. Consider incorporating a hipped roof on the garage. And that's it. Andrew, Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make my introduction quick. Same team here, and we still have our team online on Zoom. We're excited to be here today for final approval and walk you through the plans and how we've addressed your comments from the last hearing. As Mike noted quickly, the grading has been balanced on site at this property. And we did provide some additional lighting cut sheets that came in last night that you should have received if you have any questions regarding the lighting. And obviously the existing home is being demolished at this property, and we will be complying with Cal Green building standards to reduce waste as much as possible from the demolition and recycle materials as possible. Andrew?
All right, so jumping into the comments, consider incorporating stone into the garage portion of the structure to help it feel more grounded. If you go to the elevation sheets, which I'm gonna have to get reacclimated here, but it's the 3 series, which is pretty far down. Might be on the second file. I believe the second file. Oh, there's only one? Okay, then keep on going down. Please.
Yeah.
There you go. Up.
Up a little bit, please.
Okay. So in the lower right, that's the elevation that we've talked about. We've clarified that there's going to be stone retaining walls alongside the garage door. And then we've also incorporated stone into the eastern buttress there, and it wraps around to the west elevation of the home as well. We've also increased the amount of stone on the stair wing, which is on the upper elevation, the long one, it's the farthest right side. If you go to the other elevation sheet real quick, the one, yes, this one, you can see where that stone base on the left side of the bottom elevation wraps around further. Comment number 3, or sorry, just to stick on the elevations for a second. The comments about the roof pitches and not varying roof pitches across the property. We've now made all roof pitches 4 to 12. There's no varying roof pitches across the main home. The other comments are, oh, the hip roof on the garage comment. If you go up to the other page, please. Oh, the other elevation sheet. Yes, thank you. Upper right, we actually took a look at where the chimney was falling as we were scooting things around internally in the floor plan. We thought this was an opportunity to do a detail that you see quite often around here, where the chimney is at the ridge of the roof and is just a continuance of the wall plane. You see that a lot on, George Washington Smith, Edwards and Plunkett, yada, yada. And we thought that could be an opportunity to address some of the concerns architecturally about what was going on that elevation. There were some concerns on the landscape front. It just says study the WELO calculations. Our landscape architect revisited the plans. They removed, there was a note about a rain garden in the center of the site. That was just a residual note that did not apply to this property. That's been removed. They've also verified the plant factor numbers in the WELO calcs. We understand that we want to plan a proper amount of irrigation. One of the reasons that the irrigation numbers are so low is because we're keeping a lot of the existing understory and the oaks on the north end of the site. So we're really not planting all that much understory that needs irrigation. And let's see. Just to quickly touch on the public comments. Oh, what was the lighting note? Oh yeah, ensure dark sky compliant lighting. We've done that with the drawings, and you'll see that on the fixtures. The snoots are completely covering the lamps so that we don't have any resulting glare. And to touch on public comments briefly, we are required by state law to recycle 65% of the material of the existing house. And we're going to be doing our best to things like appliances, give those or sell those to people who are willing to take them. There are hazardous materials in the existing home that we need to be careful about when we're demolishing the house. And so that's one of the reasons that we can't simply deconstruct and rebuild the house somewhere else. And that is our presentation.
Questions, Dave?
No questions.
Robert?
No questions.
Bill?
Could we just do a quick scan of the details at the end? Because this is here for final. And I didn't see the exterior light fixture. Is it on there somewhere?
Yeah, they've got this little stupid thing over the light bulb, which I don't think is your finest hour.
Doesn't sound like it's compliant.
It's compliant, but I don't think it's their finest.
Oh,
hour.
it's a piece of metal or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are going through the wall sections, and then we have
Tails,
roof
chimneys.
details.
Okay, yeah, I remembered these. Okay. So you're okay with light fixture, John?
Well, I think it's approvable, but
Okay.
there are some very good light manufacturers here in Santa Barbara that can actually get it done right.
Customize it.
And I'm not sure you've got that on your project yet.
Handelman.
Well, we don't mention, there are 3 that I know of, and they're very good. Okay, and so Bill, you're done.
Yeah.
Architectural set 1, page 6, please. It's almost like I paid attention to these. Okay, I don't see an LRV called out for this wall. Yeah, looks to me like you're really trying to go super white. We're trying to keep it down. We can pick that up afterwards, but do you know what it is?
Sorry, is there not a note on there? I can't read that.
Yeah, zoom in, Dave.
The note says LRV to be in accordance with Montecito architecture.
Yeah, but what is that, please? It's not something that's in the guidelines. It's something that this board is asking for. If you say an LRV of 0.84 or less, that'll take care of it.
An LRV of 0.84 or less.
Yeah, well, that's what, when you go outside, that's what all these buildings around here are. Okay, so it's not the super bright white Cape Cod,
Yes.
right? Okay, public comment. I think Stacy has something and then we have, oh, no, that'll be afterwards. So 2 public comment letters, I believe. Okay. No, this looks like the last one. Oh, demolition removal of the existing residence at 607. I would respectfully request that the part of the eventual approval to accomplish the removal of the perfectly usable existing residence would include the requirement to deconstruct and repurpose the existing housing materials per the system and methods outlined in the Santa Barbara Green Guide, supported by local architects Ellen Bildstein and Donna Grossman, thereby resulting in fewer heavily loaded dump trucks on Coles Road, and an appropriate effort to mitigate the deconstruction of the totally serviceable existing residents. You implied asbestos, is that what's going on in there?
Asbestos as well as lead in the drywall.
Okay, good. Do we have, that's great. Okay, do you have another one?
No additional letters.
I have 2.
Where's the other one from?
I don't know. I thought that there was a second one. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Anybody like to address the board on item number 9, 607 Coles Road, please?
No hands raised.
Okay, we are on for final today. Stacy. The landscape set is complete. The planting plants are very nice. I would just like to suggest Carrick's something or other in the meadow rat in lieu of Carrick's something else. The first something would give more of a meadow effect as opposed to the second one, which clumps. But I could see the beauty in combining them, especially since overhead spray is being used for irrigation as opposed to drip in that area. It seems the intention would be for the second one. Therefore, everything is low and relatively low water use. The lighting is questionable. Please clarify the fixtures. The cut sheets show 8 different fixtures, but only 4 are represented on the plans. Okay, so is the landscape person here for this project?
They should be on the line, either Scott or Cheryl.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, did you hear that comment, please?
Yes, it would be easy enough to swap out the Carrick's
And
species.
you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave, comments, we're on for final.
I can support the project as proposed.
Robert,
Yeah, I like this project. It's tall, but it's cool and it's, you know, I think it's very appropriate.
Bill,
Yeah, I appreciate you revising the roof pitch and adding the stone. I think it looks great, and I can approve it as submitted for final.
yeah, and I can too. You have 10 days to appeal this approval if you want, but the only thing we're approving today is, are these drawings in substantial conformity with the preliminary. Okay, that's, the preliminary approval is the big one. So it's just, have they done what they said they were gonna do? And I think we're gonna find out how this board feels in just one second. So does somebody like to make a and I think we ought to get that change in the Carricks in the motion, but besides. Okay, and the light fixture, yeah. Did you want to make the motion? Robert? Well, we'll let Kimberly work it out in the minute.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to hold the whole thing up over a light fixture and carrots.
They can do it with approval with me, with the planner in consultation with me. So we're not going to hold them up. Do you want me to make the motion? Okay, I'd like to move for final approval with the following two comments. That the Carricks variety, I think is the correct term, be changed as suggested by Stacy Isaac, and that the light fixtures at the house be, they are, but it's sort of questionable, be reconsidered. Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll
motion?
second that.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So, sir, you do have 10 days, but. Okay, do we have a motion for adjournment,
I'll
please?
move to adjourn today's meeting of July 24th, 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second.